Good morning and a very warm welcome from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. We are here for the penultimate round of the FIM Idemitsu Asia Road Racing Championship, and today will be race 1. 25 of 50 points will be crowned today. 1, 2, and 3 right here at Park Fermi. Now out on the track in a little bit we're going to have the qualifying sessions, and it's going to be really interesting. In the TVS Asia One-Way Championship, Hiroki Ono's dominance is now being questioned. Last time out in Mandalika, Ramdan Rossi managed to bag a victory, and this time round in practice, Hiroki Ono only managed 5th best. In the 250 class, once again, it was the dominance of Astra Honda, but Yamaha Racing Indonesia were coming close, and Irfan Haikal was one of the fastest Bunsu Honda riders. In the Underbone 150s, it was the comeback of Nazrul Izzat, but he was unable to make the cut for qualifying 2. So that's going to be really interesting to see how the rest fare, because Akid Aziz is straight through to qualifying 2. In the 600s, it was the two princes of Sepang, as expected, Helmi and Nazroy, up at the top, but Honda Thailand were just as close. We had Tanat Longpleo and Kiatisak both keeping up the fight really close. In the ASB 1000s, it was a whole different story once again. Azan Shah came strong, but Kasma Daniel is back once again in really good form. Yamaha starting to look really good. A little bit of a struggle for the Ducatis, both Ibrahim and Hafiz struggling just a little bit. Yuki Kuni continuing on some really good form. That's all happening today. Race 1 begins later on this afternoon, but before that, the all-important qualifying sessions. Who's going to start on the front row of that grid? We're going to head out for the qualifying for the TVS Asia One-Way Championship right now.
And a very good morning from me is Barry Russell in the commentary box, just overlooking the start line and not far from the podium. And from who I've got here, the skies are blue and the weather looks absolutely wonderful. I think the forecast is for a little more cloud later, but let's see what happens. This is a wonderful start for this morning of qualifying for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and we can't wait to get things underway. We're starting with some very rapid fire short qualifying sessions. This is Underbone qualifying 1, so this is for all the riders who did not make the top 12 in the combined times from yesterday's free practice. So the process will be the top 2 from this session will go into qualifying 2. So they're fighting they'll be fighting for the top 14 grid positions, but it's not over at that point because they have Super Pole to go later. So the top 10 from that qualifying 2 will go on through to Super Pole, and that will determine the first 10 starters on the grid. We had really good competition out there, and Underbones as unpredictable in free practice as they are anywhere else. I'm just noting here there is some red and yellow flags being waved, so it could be there's a little moisture out there somewhere on the circuit. Daniel has made his way back up into the commentary box. Daniel, what did you make of the track condition?
The track condition, I would say it's not that bad. I think there are just a few damp patches. It's still very cold. It did rain last night a little bit, so there will be some moisture here and there, but nothing too concerning. I'd also like to correct myself from earlier. I did mean Underbone 150, not TVS Asia 1 make. Just had a little glance that threw me off a little.
That's all right. We can all do it, especially at this time of the morning, Daniel.
Yeah, it's bright and early, and for the riders as well, it's a challenge for them to wake up and straight away get on with business, because it's fresh 8:20 a.m. qualifying for the Underbones. And the real question, I think, for me is how Nazrul Izzat's going to fare in this after missing out, well, both races last round.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's sitting fourth in the championship. His title defence has been quite robust, but he's going to be looking for some good results here to prevent, as you were saying in your introduction, Akid Aziz has a 25-point margin. So if a kid has a really good weekend, that's going to make it really difficult for Nazrul to make it back-to-back championships. Yeah. There's a few really good riders in this qualifying one that didn't make it. There are two of them. Shafiq Rosli, a regular rider, the number 36 for Uma Racing. And also Adiputra Sukarno, who comes in as a wild card. Daniel, you're quite familiar with Adi.
Yeah, Adi's he's a real hot talent coming in with the Yamaha. In the local series, he leapfrogged 2 categories immediately because Yamaha just has that much faith in him, and it's no surprise. He's a brilliant talent, and I think it's about time that we see him in Underbone 150s.
So there he is to watch out for. Yellow nose on the front of that Yamaha. Number 81, Adiputra Sukarno. Perhaps the most surprising rider in this qualifying one session is Aditya Fauzi. Yeah, normally he comes out of the blocks so fast in every single session, but yesterday it was not the case. I ran into team boss and teammate Wayuaji Trilaksana about half an hour ago in pit lane, and just tried to draw him on why Aditya had a slack free practice. I couldn't, you know. Well, you will tell you what you want to know, but this is intriguing. But you have to expect on form, he's third in the championship, Aditya Fauzi. You have to expect that he's going to be one of the riders going through to qualifying 2.
Yeah, because if we talk about star performers, Aditya's up there. I think he's had 2 or 3 Super Poles already where he's gone straight to the top. Qualifying, he's been fantastic. So Aditya, he's someone who really can put in a hot lap quite with relative ease in this class. So it's just really strange that he didn't make it through qualifying. Now they're first and second, and again it's a wild card. Adiputra, that's the fastest of the Uma Racing riders.
Yeah, this is good from him. These two working together have been successful so far. Next best, Pirapong Luibin for Team One for All, the only Thai rider in Underbone 150s. We've got Giancarlo Maurizio. Aditya Fauzi down in 6th currently with 2:38. The best time set yesterday was by Murabil Vitoni. That was a 2:32 something. There's Pirapong, and colours are so similar there. I was going to assume that was Dimas Julia's teammate, but it's not. Iqbal Amri.
Yeah, Iqbal, another one of the wild cards. He's a good rider, Iqbal. Just hasn't found his rhythm yet here. As right now, it looks like Adiputra and Shafiq Rosli, they're the ones that were leading the charge. Aditya Fauzi 2 seconds down. He really needs to find something in this this coming lap for himself.
Yeah, something's out of sorts with Idemitsu FIM. But these two working together really well, and they've got Pirapong just behind them. So Adi and Shafiq got Pirapong just shadowing them behind. Beautiful shot there in the early morning light.
Yeah, it is a beautiful morning for qualifying. I'm not sure whether it's going to stay the same for the race later on, but the start is much better today. Coming around now, there's Gian and Iqbal.
Yep, Pirapong just behind them. So let's see what... Oh, and he hasn't had such a good run this season. Masato Fernando, we know he's a quick rider, but no results coming that match anything like his potential on that G-Ren Kobe Motor Oil Racing Yamaha. That's really frustrating for him.
No, it's unfortunate. He had a decent outing yesterday, but he had to not set a fast lap in qualifying. It's tough. And right now, Aditya Fasi still hasn't set in a proper lap time. He's coming around turn 4 now. So Aditya has just that one lap left to try and pull something special. Behind him are the two Umar Racing riders, Adiputra and Shafiq.
Yeah, now we've got...
Aditya's not even pushing. He's not on a hot lap, so Aditya is 6th in his qualifying.
Yeah, so it does look as though one of the most exciting riders we've seen in Underbone 150s this season is not showing up for qualifying. Race is a different matter, of course.
And it's strange, on this lap, through Sector 1 he was good, and then Sector 2 he just backs off. And he's tailing behind Adiputra and Shafiq, thinking he's still got time for this, but he really doesn't.
Yeah, so Adiputra stays at the top, so he's provisionally going through. Checkered flag is out now. So this is last-ditch stuff. Pirapong Lubin Peng is out there on a decent lap. He's just done the quickest Sector 2. So it's not over. The tactic of sending these two riders out together has been working really well.
Yeah, they're smart. Don't waste any time. Straight away go out. Start pushing from the get-go. It's a well-played tactic from the Umar Racing team.
Yeah, I think Pirapong not so good in... Oh, it's pretty decent Sector 3. But nobody looking threatening now. The best time 2:36.7. So here comes number 81, Adiputra. His last time across for Shafiq. So those two still sit at number 1 and number 2, and therefore going through to qualifying 2. Pirapong has crossed the line. So I think we are done for the top 2 anyway.
Shastras for some reason hasn't been able to go out. So I don't know if he's in pain from one of the crashes or whether the bike is not ready.
Yeah, had an unfortunate day yesterday, didn't he? 2 crashes. One that looked as though he'd picked up a wrist injury, but we understand he's okay. So there are the results for this qualifying 1 session. It will be Adiputra who topped the session with a 2:36.727, who goes through for Umar Racing Philippines, together with the Malaysian side of Umar Racing, Shafiq Rosli. Just missed out Pirapong Lubin Peng. His best time was 2:37. Giancarlo Maurizio was 4th. 5th, Iqbal Amri for Yamaha Techmi AHM Motorsports. Aditya Fauzi, best time 2:38.8. He was 6th. Hafiz Farrell Razyadan for SEK Honda, and John Emerson and Guito were 7th and 8th. And Daniel said, there was no time for Charles Chazras, and I think no time recorded for Sato Fernando either. So we're gonna have a short break before the next next qualifying session, qualifying 2 for the underbones. But we'll take a look now at the results from free practice yesterday. So this is how it worked out yesterday. This was the first of 2 qualifying sessions. Right, this is the highlights from qualifying 1. Just a 10-minute session, so a real sprint. Nobody was hanging around there, but the riders that would make the best of it were wildcard Idemitsu FIM and Shafiq Rosli. They're going out there is Hafiz Farel Rajadan, the number 96. But quite rightly, a lot of the director's attention was on the 2 at the front running together, the Uma Racing pair. There's the number 27, Giancarlo Maurizio. Giancarlo, fast rider from the Philippines, hasn't put in the results this season. We also had a look at Iqbal Amri and Pirapong Lumbung Peng trying to make their way. But it all came down to the last minute, inevitably. 10 minutes, 2.5-minute laps. So by definition, there are very few chances to get through. But Pirapong did have a good push on the last lap. But these 2 worked really well together, didn't get in each other's way, and recorded very decent lap times that will take them through to qualifying 2 in just a few minutes from now. So it's Adi Putra-Sukarno and Shafiq Rosli, who we'll be seeing again back on track with the 12 riders who did make the cut yesterday. That'll be coming up in just a few minutes from now. So we're going to take a short break. We are here at sunny Sepang International Circuit for qualifying morning on Saturday for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Sepang for this qualifying morning for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've just seen the first qualifying session for the Underbone 150s. We have 2 riders that came through from that, Adi and Shafiq. And now we're going to see 14 riders on track, because this is qualifying 2. But it won't be over after this session, because the top 10 from qualifying 2 will go through to Super Pole, which will determine the top 10 places for the starting grid this afternoon for race 1. So again, this is a short 10-minute session, so no time to spare, no time to waste. And we have really good cast of characters here. There's one of them, 16. Oh, sorry, this is the older of the 2 Cardinals riders. That is Fazrul Sham, number 11. He had a really good day yesterday, all the way through. Topped the timing screens at different stages. But really good day yesterday from Fazrul Sham and from his teammate Faris Putra. No doubt we'll be seeing very shortly.
Yeah, the pair of them super consistent. Faris Putra always finding himself in the top 10, so a really good job from the young Malaysian. It's going to be a tough qualifying for Wahyu Aji. Doesn't have a teammate this time round for qualifying 2.
Yeah, that's really unusual. Still a bit of a mystery about Aditya Fauzi's form so far. Can have a quiet free practice, but a quiet qualifying is something else.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. It's not like Aditya at all. Skubita Kresna just riding around waiting for the push lap. But as you mentioned earlier, they've only got exactly just over 3 hot laps if they start really quick. And at this rate, they'll maybe get maximum 2.
That's it. So it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be really high pressure. That was the rider behind there is Shafiq Rosley, who we saw come through nicely from qualifying 1.
Yeah, I wonder if Nazrul, Shafiq and Adi are going to run as a trio this time round. Yeah, I think that'll be the wisest move.
Yeah, Nazrul's just behind Shafiq, I think, there. So they're coming down now towards turn 15. And yes, in case anybody had any doubt as to where Sepang is, we are in Malaysia.
Adi Putra's just come into pit lane, so I wonder whether he has an issue or he's just looking for position behind Nazrul.
Oh, there's a whole load more bikes coming into pit lane now.
Idil Fitri, Akir Aziz, Wahyu Aji all coming back into pit lane.
Yeah, so they've been listening to some extent to race direction. Don't hang around on track. If you want to find some friends to run with, then go through pit lane. There's a whole bunch of riders coming through now, so I'm guessing that they want to tag on to this group.
I just wonder if that was a wise move to go into pit lane with just a 10-minute qualifying session. It's already under 5.5 minutes left. By the time they come out, they'll be lucky to get 1 hot lap in.
Yeah, looking there at Rekat Yusuf leading that group there. Behind him, he's got Fahmi Bassam. Fahmi currently 3rd in the championship race, just 4 points behind Aditya, who's in 2nd.
Fahmi was employing some interesting slip tactics there. Haven't seen anyone do that at turn 3.
So, Fazrul Sham, Rekat, Fahmi running together. So, plenty of quality there. They need to keep this mode on. Keep going, see what they can do. But as mentioned earlier, the mission here is to be among the top 10, so that you get. Oh, and that was Fahmi. Thank you.
Fahmi went off there. I think Nazrul, yeah, Nazrul as well backed off in this, so They really need to get on with this. This is really leaving it a bit late.
Got 4 minutes remaining. It takes them more than 2.5 minutes a lap to get around, so do the math. There's not a whole lot of slack here.
So as of right now, no one set a hot lap yet. Adiputra has come out from pit lane and has begun his out lap. So they might, if they don't waste any more time, they might get 2 hot laps in. But if they just coast about on this lap, they're going to just get 1 hot lap. As of right now, on a hot lap is Husni Zainal Fauzi. He's got a good first sector, decent second sector, and a decent third sector. Murabil Vitoni as well.
Yeah, you'd expect that from Murabil. He is a good qualifier. And not bad in the races either, sitting 5th in the championship. So there's a group there that has realised, I think, that they need to get down to business. They'll have 2 laps left after this one, because there they come round the final turn, turn 15. So there's Murabil crossing the line. That's a 2:34, so that's a couple of seconds faster than what we saw in qualifying 1. So now we're getting the business-like time. So Husni was the fastest across in that group. Then it was his teammate for LFNH Putra. Murabil Vitoni was next, and then it was the Yamaha of Faris Putra, Fadil, with a 2:35, who was 3rd quickest. His teammate Fazrul Sham was 4th, Shafiq Rosli 5th, and Raikat Yusuf was 6th. All of those riders we could see making an effort on that lap. Now there's a whole load of riders on our screen here.
Fazrul Sham's backed off from this. He's set up there. Sector 1 is really slow for Fazrul, so Fazrul's qualifying, that's done for him. That's the best he can hope for.
So he needs to hope that 2:36.9 is going to be quick enough, and that's, I would say that's at risk.
As of right now, not on the hot lap will be Husni Zainal Fauzi, Murabil Vitoni, Faris Putra, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, and Shafiq Rosli. All these riders were not on fast laps currently, and this is the final lap in qualifying for them.
Yeah, Husni still pushing. It's a quick sector 2 for him.
Akid's on a really good lap. Fahmi Basam's on a decent one. Everyone else below Rekiat right now is improving, so there'll definitely be changes in position. Whether or not Husni remains on top, we'll have to see.
Yeah, the danger man here is Akid Aziz without question. He's done the fastest sector 2. And he's done the fastest sector 3 as well.
Akid's on his way to the top. He's hungry now. He's on form. He's had a good day yesterday. He's had a good season so far as well. Akid, championship leader.
Yeah, you have to say Akid has been looking like the form rider. That kind of weaving and barging is not really what you need in qualifying.
I see a lot of riders got good slipstream out of that. They will get 1 more lap in it by the looks of it.
Yeah, they will. So who have we got here? Just farming, weaving a lot.
Ooh, Akid goes to the top with a 2:32.2, nearly a second clear of Nazarul Izan in second. In Idul Fitri up in the 3rd.
Yeah, that's really good. Nazarul second. So you could say the cream is rising to the top, but we've still got some quick riders out there. But the graphics telling us that everybody's in the pit, so it's difficult to see now who's out there.
Yeah, the only ones, we got everyone in this frame here now. The only ones improving in sector 1 are Husni Zainal Fauzi, Murabil, Faris, Raikat, Ahmad Fazrul Sham, Shafiq, and Afif. The rest have backed off on this lap. As you can see, Akid and Nazrul, they've backed off on this. They're not on a hot lap.
Yeah, Fazrul trying to improve. Shafiq Amran, we haven't seen anything of him. He's currently down in 14. Could expect him to improve. Fahmi Bassam at the front there. He's got Fazrul Sham behind him. Oh, there's a good view. Afif Amran, number 50, on the left of your screen there. He's due a good lap. Paris Putra going through. He's on a 2:35, so he could be at risk if this group doesn't hold each other up. Kubita Krishna down in 8th, and doesn't look like he's going to improve.
Husni's on a really good lap, fastest sector 2 of the session by Husni Zainul Fauzi, a good sector 1 as well. Ooh, but sector 3, that's where he lost a lot of time. But Murabil Vitoni is still on it.
Yep, as you'd expect. So this is the last run down to turn 15 for this group, which is pretty much everybody. And we're looking at Husni and Murabil as potentially rising to the top of this group.
Ooh.
Going to find out now.
That's a proper barge from Murabil Vitoni there on the exit.
Yeah, they're so aggressive. It's just in the DNA, isn't it? But it's a kid, Aziz, staying at the top as we complete that qualifying session. So it is a kid and Nazrul stay top. Idil Fitri, brilliant outing for the wild card. In 3rd, Murabil Vitoni 4th, Husni 5th. Waiwaji Trilaksana comes up to 6th. 7th is Faraz Putra. 8th, Kubita Krishna. Fahmi Bassam 9th. And Adi Putra Sukarno in 10th. So those 10 we'll be seeing later on in Super Pole. So hectic session there. There are the results confirmed. So Akid Aziz 2:32.239, killer lap from the Malaysian, the defending champion, and his championship rival this year, Nazrul, is at Bahuddin for Umar Racing, was second with a 2:33.135. Idil Fitri Mahadi for Jetron Yamaha YY Pang Racing Team. Great to see that team and that rider doing so well. They were 3rd, 4th Murabil Vitoni, 5th Husni Zainul Fauzi for Yamaha LFN HP. Waiwaji Trilaksana was 6th, 7th Faraz Putra, 8th Kubita Krishna, and 9th was Fahmi Bassam. 10th, another really promising, exciting wildcard, number 81 Adi Putra Sukarno for Umar Racing. Shafiq Rosli just missed the cut for Super Pole, so he'll start 11th this afternoon. Rekat Yusuf Fadila was 12th. 13th was Fazrul Sham, who faded in that session, and Afif Amran was 14th. For Pitspike One Way, JRT Tech 2, teammate of Akid Aziz, who finished at the top. So Pitspike One Way bookending that qualifying 2 session. We'll have another quick look at how that panned out shortly. But suffice it to say that a lot of the top riders have made their way through to Super Pole. The notable absentee, as we've been saying, is Aditya Fauzi. Still not sure why he hasn't shown up this weekend, whether it's something to do with his condition or his bike. So that remains a mystery for now. However, Daniel Bogas has made his way down to have a look around. So while we wait for Daniel to find somebody to talk to, let's just take another look at the highlights of that 10-minute onslaught from the Underbones. So there wasn't too much dawdling in this session. The riders had just 10 minutes to make an impression and shoot for the top 10 places. Number 143 you're looking at there, that exciting wildcard, Husni Zainal Fauti. Saw him last time out, he bagged the second place in Mandalika as a wildcard. It's great to see him back again and really doing the business. And for a lot of this session we did see most of the field running together. So there was a bit of a race rehearsal because they had to get enough clear track around them to get the good times in. Idil Fitri, Fazil Sham, Rekat Yusuf and Murabil Batoni among the riders in that group. The run you can see there, just to familiarise you with the camera positions, is from turn 14 down to turn 15. Turn 15, the famous final turn here at Sepang International Circuit. With 3 minutes to go. And therefore 2 flying laps remaining. Murabil Batoni crossed the line and went to the top of the timing screen, which is a familiar sight for the Indonesian, but it did come down to the end. Akid Aziz and Nazrul established themselves that time around as the top 2. Idil Fitri moved into 3rd, but the question was with Husni and Murabil and Wayu Aji on fast final laps, who would make up the places. But as we watched to see whether there was going to be any improvement from Akid Aziz, there clearly wasn't, but this was the group shooting for glory, looking for all the world like a race finish rehearsal, with Ali amongst them. But we're going to go down to Daniel now in pit lane.
So Akid, it's another fantastic qualifying result for you. It's a good start to defend your championship lead, but you still have a lot more work to do for this weekend. How do you feel getting first in qualifying on home soil?
Okey, kalau untuk minggu ni saya rasa setup kita dah semakin baik lah. So daripada awal tu memang daripada semalam setup kita agak teruk. So petang tu kita ada ubah sikit, so improve sikit, dan untuk pagi ni memang kita ada ubah lagi untuk dapatkan setup yang baik. Dan untuk sepopol nanti pun saya rasa kita akan cuba lagi dapat yang terbaik lagi lah. So totally memang minggu ni banyak improvement lah.
So the translation of that is starting off yesterday, the setup wasn't the best, but they managed to make an improvement today, and they're going to keep on making sure that the setup is good for Super Bowl later. So good luck, Akid, for the Super Bowl and the race later.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Sepang, and we are here on the qualifying morning. It's Saturday morning, and that means it's qualifying. We've had Underbones qualifying 1 and 2, and now we have TVS Asia One Make Championship qualifying 1A and 1B. There are 8 bikes on track. These are the slowest of the 8 bikes, 15 bikes that are competing this weekend in the championship. And we've got some really notable names here. Most of all, we have to say, Vorapong Malahuan is out in qualifying 1A, possibly for the first time. This is the 3rd season for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. It all began here in round 2 at Sepang in 2022, and the series has gotten stronger and faster. The riders, there are some riders who have been there all the way through. Vorapong, of course, the project leader, is one of them. Deki Chano Aldi out here, he's another one. The number 5 on your screen there, that is Deki. Ati Kangea, Thai rider, really quick Thai rider who's come into this series this year. And the number 6 from India is KY Ahmed. Also out here we have Rocco Sessler, the German rider, Kim Min-jae from South Korea, Irvin Eksan from Singapore. Stay there with Deki, number 5. He was a championship contender in the first year. Faded a little bit since then. He's currently sitting 4th in the championship. But the big question overhanging the whole series this year at least has been who can break the stranglehold of Hiroki Ono, who won the first 6 races of the season. And he had 5 starts in the previous season, won 4 of those races. The one he didn't win was a DNF. There is Rocco Sessler, number 15. He's going to be pushing on. He feels he needs to do better in this championship. This is a fantastic opportunity for the 15-year-old German to get to know some of the great circuits in Asia. We've been, of course, to Buriram, been to Motegi. Now we're at Sepang, and we've been to Mandalika. So great circuits on the ARRC calendar, and this has been a fantastic opportunity for Rocco Sessler, making his first trips outside of Europe to get this experience of the weather, the circuits, and the special kind of rain that we have out here in the tropical climates.
Yeah, this is looking good from Kim Min-jae. He's put himself right behind Rocco and doing some decent sector times. Oh, Rocco going off quite a bit. And Kim Min-jae, he's been trying to find improvements. Saw that turn 4 as well. He's really kicking the rear out of the bike, and I think maybe he's just using a little bit more rear brake than the others, or could just be releasing the clutch a lot more aggressively. Yeah,
you have got that high compression single piston on the BMW 310cc engine that has been well and truly tuned up. The engines produce much more power than stock in this series. These are the special versions of the TVS Apache. They've gotten lighter and the engines have got more powerful since we began this series. But yeah, this is a good opening from Kim Min-jae. And we're not halfway through yet. And if you look at the quality we've got here, then you'd have to, well, who would you bet on here? Vorapong probably to go through?
Yeah, you would imagine Vorapong would have to go all the way to 1B at least. He is the development rider for this program, and no one knows his bike better than he does.
That's it. There he is on your screen there, the number 3. He's got Kim Min-jae following him, so good idea for Kim Min-jae if he can hold on to the Thai project leader ahead of him.
Yeah, I like what Kim Min-jae is doing. He's doing the right things, find the fastest riders of the group, stick with them, but he's running a bit wide. I think he's too focused on looking at them and just running a bit hot at times. Deki now goes up to the top at 224.8.
Yeah, we know Deki is quick. We know he's underperformed his potential. So it'd be good to see him coming back in and fighting for podium positions. But he set the pace now. It's 2:24.86. Just to get a marker from the times yesterday. Well, we saw a sensational lap from Rishi Takahira of 2:20.8.
Yeah, that was a new lap record as well for Reach.
Yeah, I mean, he shattered the previous lap record. But 2:24, the 2:24s, that would have put you down outside of the top 10 yesterday. 3.5 minutes remaining. So there is a little bit of time. Most of these riders will get another 2 laps. So we've got Deki, that's number 5. Over in Eksan now shadowing him. So another rider trying to get a tow with the talented Indonesian. Ati Kangger, we know he's got some speed as well. He's currently down in 4th on a 2:27. He was managing 2:23s yesterday. So these bikes are a lot slower. Let's see if that changes now.
Rocco's on a hot one. Yeah, he comes across 2:23 for Vodapong. There we go. 2:23.5. But will that be enough for the pair of them? Kim and Jay as well. A decent lap from him. 2:25.9.
Yep, so good improvements. Nice lap from Rocco. 2:23.4. That would have put him into the top 6 in free practice yesterday, and bearing in mind they've only got a few laps in this brief 10-minute session. So crossing the line there is Irvin Eksan, number 12. Irvin currently 8th, so propping up the table there, the number 12. They've got another lap to do. It's a 2-minute 20-something lap. And the checkered flag will come out in 1 minute 40 seconds from now. So let's look and see who's going to be on a hot lap. And look who it is, it's Rocco Sessler. So the German really getting a wriggle on in this session. Ati Kangger.
Yeah, it's a good one. Good perspective from Ati.
Yeah, everybody, well, almost everybody improving.
A threat right now will be Vorpong. He might lose out from making way into 1B, so that is gonna be tough for Vorpong.
Yeah, that would be, I'm pretty sure, a first without looking.
Yeah, I can't remember a time that Vorpong didn't participate in 1B, so this is gonna be interesting. Vorpong needs a really, really good Sector 3 and 4 if he wants to solidify his progress to the next qualifying session. Oh, I think I guess Sector 2 though.
Vorpong is pressing.
Yeah, Sector 2 for Ati was just short. Oh, bit of a rough exit there for Ati Kangger. So far, the ones really putting in a good lap right now is Rocco, Vodapong, and looks like Kim and Jay will make some improvement, but I don't think it's going to be enough for top 2.
No, it won't be enough for that, but it's good to see him continuing his improvement. But it looks as though Vodapong and Rocco, somebody just gone wide.
Rocco just gone across 2:23.1, Vodapong 2:23.2. They solidify top 2 for now.
Yeah, doesn't look like anybody is close to them because that's a margin of 0.9. So nobody threatening that top 2. But decent improvements from the rest. Ati Kangger looked quite promising in that session. So coming across now is Ati, the number 11.
Yeah, 2:24.5. It's a slower lap for Ati.
Yeah.
Irvin Eksan having a really tough one today. 2:28.4.
Yeah, Casey Clammer, 226, just above him. KY Ahmed, 226s as well. Kim Min Jae, 225.4. That's his best time of the weekend. So, as we were saying, Daniel, he's making progress. He's just chipping away at the lap times.
It's what a rider at his stage right now needs to do. Just slowly find slight improvements step by step.
Yeah, if he can get himself, in race terms, into perhaps the second group, then that would be a good step for him, and get him used to racing with riders of the quality that we got in this field. More of which we'll be seeing in 10 minutes or so from now. But here are the results from that. So the German Rocco Sessler, top qualifying 1A, 223.147 for him. Just ahead of Vorapong Malahuan, 223.238 for him. Ati Kanger put in a good effort, just missed out. He was third. Fourth, Deki Tiano Aldi, Indonesian, 224.5 for him. Kim Min Jae we were just talking about, improving, but not good enough for qualifying 1B, 225.4. KY Ahmed was sixth. Seventh was Casey Clammer, Filipino rider, and eighth was Irvin Eksan. So, Vorapong and Rocco Sessler go through to qualifying 1B. Before we go there, we will take a look at the highlights of that session. And looking around, it's still bright out there. Some wispy clouds just taking perhaps the edge off the sunshine. I mean, the weather has, by Sepang standards, been cool, Daniel. I think we're not at 30 degrees yet, are we?
Yeah, it's a much cooler morning and less humid than we're used to, so it's really good weather for racing. Perfect way to start race day one. But we're not sure about how the afternoon's gonna go, so. But now it's a beautiful start for qualifying proceedings.
Yeah, there's TVS rumble back into pit lane. Just looking out there at Vorapong. He did what he needed to do in that session. Though he came through in second. So let's look at the highlights of that qualifying 1A as a precursor to the next session, which will be the shootout for the first 8 places. So out into the early morning sun came the 310cc TVS Apache RR310. Familiar rumble. There was Vorapong. I haven't fact-checked myself, but that could be his first appearance in qualifying 1A. Anyway, it would work out for him. And we spent a bit of time watching this rider, Deki Tiano Aldi, now in his third season in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. It's good to see him threatening podium positions once again, as he did back in 2022. Over next time we were looking at there, the number 12. Nice distinctive helmet design for him, but it wouldn't help to take him into contention for qualifying 1B. Aki Kanger had a good outing. He's running there just ahead of Irvin. Deki once again on a push. Thought he might make it, but it was probably Vorapong, Deki, Rocco and Ati that were the most likely to come through. With 5 seconds remaining, it was already established with Rocco Sessler on top, Vorapong in second. And there were some last-minute pushes from most of the remaining 6 riders, but nobody was to get close enough to them to threaten them. In the end, there was an advantage of more than a second from Vorapong, who finished second, down to Ati Kanger, who was third. So now, as a hush briefly falls over Sepang circuit, we're going to take a very short break. And when we come back, it will be for the qualifying session, which is in the format of a straight 30-minute go as fast as you possibly can session for the AP 250 class. Plenty to talk about there, plenty of surprises, and one or two disappointments too from yesterday. But we'll be back in about 5 minutes from now. So we're going to take a short break. Stay with us. We're at Sepang for qualifying for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
We are back on track here at Sepang International Circuit, and we're with the fastest 8 riders so far this weekend from the TVS Asia One Make Championship. This is qualifying 1B. So the bikes you can see on track in this 10-minute session are in a fight for the top 8 places on the grid. This could be quite an interesting session because since Hiroki Ono joined the series back in Sugo at round 3, I think it was last year, he's dominated pretty much every session that he's been in. But as Daniel said in his introduction earlier this morning, he was not at the top yesterday. He was running around 4th, 5th fastest. So question now, what is he going to do in this brief 10-minute session? 8.5 minutes left.
And it was strange because usually we do see Hiroki just backing off a little bit for most of the session and then really putting in the last 2 hot laps. But we could see that he was clearly pushing. He made a few errors here and there in speed. So it's a strange day for Hiroki. I'm just trying to recall whether he has been here with the TVS.
Not last year, no.
It wasn't last year, so he hasn't,
no,
yeah.
This is the first visit on the TVS for sure.
So it could just be that it's a bit more challenging in Sepang with the TVS and that he's just still finding his footing, because everywhere else we've gone, Hiroki managed to find the top straight away.
Exactly, yeah. So this is their outlap. Green flags are waving. There won't be any hanging around, I think, from these 8 riders. 6 of them came straight through to qualifying 1B by virtue of their combined free practice times yesterday. There's one of them going through first. That's Sartak Sivan, number 9, the sensational young Indian rider. He's followed through by Rocco Sessler, who topped qualifying 1A a few minutes ago. So Rocco getting right down to business at the start of this brief session. Rish Takahira, who was sensational yesterday. Such a gap on everybody else.
Yeah, Rich setting the lap record for the TVS Asia in Sepang. 2:20 was a fantastic lap time from Rish Takahira. It's another good session as well from Sartak. Sartak really showing up this weekend. Back to podium as well in Mandalika. Just wondering whether Sartak's still wearing the Ramdan Rosli leathers that he said helped push him a little.
Oh, I'd forgotten about that. Okay. Well, yeah, more of Ramdan Rosli, no doubt, as we get through this session. And there, 15 with the German flag on the front of his black helmet. That was Rocco Sessler going through first.
Yeah, Rocco not getting any slipstream from where he's at. But yet he has the fastest first sector time so far. Second sector not too bad either.
Yeah, the number 10 with the orange helmet there, that is Rish Takahira. He's established himself as definitely one of the ones to watch here.
I wouldn't be surprised if this was Rocco's plan. Just stick in front for a while, let Rich catch up to him, and then just try and tail behind with the fastest rider of yesterday, Rish Takahira.
Yeah, just behind that little group is Ramdan Rosli, number 4, the rider who broke that winning run of Hiroki Ono last time out in Mandalika.
That was just Rocco just calling Rich over to go in front of him. So yeah. I think all 4 of them are pretty good friends, so they're just trying to work together and get the best lap times out of each other.
Yeah, you do see them hanging out together in the large garage that they occupy. So first across the line here is going to be, I was going to say Ramdan, but it's going to be Rish Takahira. But going to the top of the timing screens with that first flying lap is Ramdan Rosli.
Going to tag along, there's Muzakir and Chiranth. Muzakir had another decent outing as well after a pretty difficult couple of rounds for him. Big crash in Mutegi for Muzakir, and then injuries really just making him struggle a little.
Yeah, that was kind of injuries on injuries, wasn't it? So yeah, it's been really challenging for him. But in order here, we got Rocco Sessler, Sartak Chavan, Rish Takahira, Ramdan Rosli.
Rocco fastest first sector of the session from him. Ramdan there just sticking behind this fast group. Has reeled Chiranth and Muzakir into this group, so it's 6 riders now that we're looking at.
Yeah, just looking around for sight of Hiroki Ono, but we can see him on the timing screens because he's just done the fastest sector 1.
So I was doing the same. I was looking for where Hiroki was on track, and suddenly the fastest first sector comes in from Hiroki. It looks like he's brought something special this morning. Maybe played a bit of game, took the advice of Kengo Nagao.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would have written off Hiroki Ono after one bad day at the office, and this is when it really matters.
Second sector though, not as good for Hiroki, but we'll see what happens when he completes the lap. Rish Takahira pulling out of this push.
Just tucking in at the back of that group. It's Chirant who was behind. Chirant's another rider developing nicely here. This is the 2 youngsters, Rocco and Sartak. Okay.
Sartak and Chiranth going really wide.
So here comes Muzakir. That was the 2:23.6. So that's provisional 3rd on the grid for him this time around. 2.5 minutes remaining, so they'll just get 2 laps in.
I have to say, I do admire the way Rocco's going about this. He's just non-stop pushing on, where other riders are busy slowing down, trying to look for track position. Rocco's just been pushing on, trying to find his best time. Hiroki, that's his best time now, coming across 2:23.213. So as of right now, as it stands, front row provisional will be Muhammad Ramdan Rosli, Rish Takahira, and Hiroki Ono, and this for Rocco Sessler. I think that would be his highest qualifying in TBS.
Yeah, it would. But yeah, as you say, Daniel, I like his approach here. He's just pushing. He's still learning the circuit, and 2 20-minute pre-practice sessions yesterday. Still a lot to learn. It's 5.5 kilometer monster of a circuit.
Oh, look at Rish Takahira's sector times. It's a low 2:22 at least loading for Rish Takahira, which should put him on provisional pole. But now Rocco improving through sector 2, but not through sector 1. Rich going in hot there to turn 9.
See if that affected him. Number 10 with the orange helmet, just to make it a little bit easier to pick out.
Hiroki on this lap again, not much improvement. Sector 2 is decent, but still about 5/10 slower than what Rich is doing.
Yeah, Rish, another fastest sector 3.
Sartak's going to go on as well. Sartak's sector times are just slightly slower than Rich, so Sartak is going for a 2:22 easily.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing for a front row start for sure, but so is this rider. Let's just take a look at the body language of Hiroki Ono. He's improving. It's his best, done his best sector 2 and sector 3.
Oh, Sartak goes to 2:21.5. Rich Takahira 2:21.2. So Sartak, really a great lap from him.
Those are really good lap times, and they're going to get this lap round as well, because the checkered flag is out right now. So here comes Hiroki Ono. Hiroki Ono.
6th.
Currently 6th. So all not going to plan, and that was his last time around because the checkered flag was out when he crossed the line.
Ramdan's on a hot one though. Ramdan trying to get pole position on his home race. Reaches on another good lap as well though. Sartak's backed off from this one. Looking around Musakir as well, he's on a decent lap. Only a tenth slower than Ramdan's sector one.
Yeah, those are really good lap times, bearing in mind that they've only had a few minutes literally on track to do it. That's impressive.
Reach is improving again to sector 2. This is impressive from Reach Takahira, so it's not done yet. Sartak, Reach and Musakir still at it. Musakir, he won't be going front row by the looks of it, but he will climb a few positions if he finishes the last 2 sectors well.
Rocco's still pushing, but he's going to be lucky, I think, to get onto the second row the way things stand at the moment.
And the good thing for Rocco, without slipstream, without anyone in front of him, he was managing some decent lap times. So I think in a race-pace situation, he should fare pretty well. Was that gone off wide there? Was that? Who's it going? That's Sartak that's gone off to the side. So Sartak's charge is done. Reach Takahira up again in sector 3. This should be a 2-minute 20 again from Reach Takahira. Inside of Musakir goes Reach into 10:15.
This looks clean, yeah. Ooh, using every millimetre there of the rumble strip.
Ooh, 2:21.0 for Reach, 2:21.1 for Ramdan.
Oh, those are good times. So it looks like Hiroki Ono, yeah, it's going to be Hiroki Ono starting from P6 on the second row this afternoon. So there it was, fantastic time from Reach Takahira in such a short session, 2:21.011 for the young Japanese rider, Ramdan Rosley, who's going to keep pushing for the championship right until the final bell. Sartak Chavan third, great session from him too, 2:21.585. In the 22s was Chirant Vishwanath, he was fourth fastest with a 2:22.436. Borapong Malahuan was fifth fastest, and sixth Hiroki Ono. Rocco Sessler and Musakir Mohammed will lead the third row for this afternoon's race 1. And it will be at 1:05 that TBS Asia One Make Championship gets proceedings underway for race 1. We're going to have a little recap of that as we just look out at the bikes returning into pit lane now. So those are the split qualifying sessions done for Underbones and for TVS. Here is a quick recap of that session. Rocco Sessler made a really good start, and although he would end up 7th on times, he did put in a really good effort all the way through. Admired his push. It's his first time at Sepang, and he was running really well in the 2:24s and low 2:23s by the end of it. There was a rider that we're all watching, the rider that broke the stranglehold of Hiroki Ono, the number 4 there of Ramdan Rosley, here at his home race. He would have loved to have got onto pole position. But this group running together quickly. There is the defending champion, again with a home race, but Musakir Mohammed, who's had all kinds of injury problems this year. He pushed, made the best effort, and we know he's a good racer, so let's see what he can do this afternoon, but he'll be starting from the third row. But here was the surprise, Hiroki Ono, who was not in the top 3 positions yesterday in free practice. He didn't make it into, he only made it briefly into the top 3 positions on the timing screens today. There's Rocco Sessler pushing, but there, the number 10, of Rish Takahira. He was there or thereabouts all the way through. And the last lap around would be his best one at 2:21.011 each. So he takes pole position. Alongside him will be Ramdan Rosley, and on the outside of the front row will be Sartak Shivan for race 1 this afternoon. We're going to take a short break. We're just waiting to go down to Daniel in pit lane as we look at the brilliant young Japanese rider, Rish Takahira. So the Dunlop technician taking a look at the rear there. Congratulatory pat from Dunlop. Really good job done for Rish Takahira. Let's see what he can do this afternoon. He needs to maintain his pace throughout the race distance. A nice collaboration there between suspension and tyres. As we wait for Daniel, we'll be back in a few minutes for the AP250s. But we'll take a short break before that and hopefully hear from Daniel. So stay with us. We're at Sepang International Circuit for round 5, the penultimate round of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
So Rich, another great session for you, a great qualifying. How are you feeling for the race later on?
So very happy. So many riders follow me. So practice more good time qualifying. So yeah, better time. So pole position, very happy.
Thank you so much, Rich. Good luck for the race later.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit, and we are looking right now at the 15-year-old prodigy for Astra Honda, Kiandra Ramadipa, leading the championship by 16 points, and just readying himself for this 30-minute qualifying session. Most of his rivals are out on track now. There goes his teammate, number 46. That's Virgin Atner Firdaus. Those two on combined qualifying times, combined free practice times yesterday were number 1 and number 2. Hergen did a best time of 2:25.2, and Kiandra was just 5 thousandths of a second slower with 2:25.217. Number 40 on your screen there is the TY Antares Honda of Shenzhen. Zhang, the Chinese rider, who's starting to make some really good progress in this series. A regular rider for the season, enjoying his time here, enjoying the experience. There's the rider, number 36, Ferozi Torakatullah, who was 3rd fastest yesterday and sitting pretty in the championship too. Coming in at 3rd in the championship. So Ferozi Torakatullah, sorry, 2nd in the championship, not 3rd, which is quite an achievement considering he missed a whole round at Motegi with a broken leg, but came back brilliantly in Mandalika for his home race and bagged a win, and has earned himself 2nd place in the championship, just ahead of Hergen Atner. Just calling the riders that you can see on your screen there. That's the number 461. 461, I can't call it because we just lost the column with the race numbers on it.
So yeah, 30-minute long qualifying session, plenty of time for them to do 2 stints. And we typically see that, we see them running for about at least 10 minutes and then do a bit of adjustment to their setups if they need. And it's a 2nd run down to the finish.
Yep, Cal Vietnam, he had a pretty decent day yesterday in free practice. Put in a lot of laps, ended up 6th fastest with a best time of 2:26.3. Established himself well and truly this season as a front runner. Just behind him, he's got the number 18 machine of U Tri, his Vietnamese compatriot. And U Tri, another rider working on developing and following Cal Vietnam, who's become a real icon of motorcycle racing for Vietnamese riders. There was really unfortunate news yesterday. Araya Gaska for Yamaha Racing Indonesia had a crash in session 1, I think it was, and unfortunately has broken his right wrist. So we're really sorry to not see him here. He's sitting as we speak at 4th in the championship. But if he's watching, and he might well not be, he might well not want to watch, then Arai, we wish you well for a fast and full recovery, and we hope to see you back for the final round.
Yeah, it was really unfortunate in that session. The track was still about 50-50 conditions, so really, really tricky. The only one managing to really push without much issue was Sharfuddin Azman.
That's right, it was. And as you were talking us through it yesterday, he knew the lines, he knew where the water hangs around. For other riders, it's confusing because, again, as you said, Daniel, the track surface is dark and it's difficult to make out the damp areas.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, Sepang, and that's why when you have specialists like Shafir and Asman, or the two princes of Sepang in the 600s class, Helmi and Azroy, these are riders who just understand wherever it will be that's slippery and where the line is safe to take.
Yeah, well, early into the 226s is Sharifuddin's teammate, Irfan Haikal, who's 0.337 of a second quicker than Sharifuddin. They've just been shuffled down to 4th and 5th as I speak. Herjan Atner has moved to the top, and Gary Salim has come in this round as a wild card after a long absence since his crash at Sugo last year in the 600s. But Gary Salim is back, the number 31, familiar number, so watch out for him.
Yeah, Irfan's been looking really good this weekend. Gary Salim, it's good to see him back. We know he's been developing with the Honda NWN SCK racing team for this the entirety of this year in the Malaysian SBK Championship.
Yeah, just interesting watching the very early changes on the timing screens here is that Kandra Hermawan, the wildcard for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, has moved himself up into second, 226.557. Their numbers, of course, have been shrunk from 3 riders to 2 because of the injury to Araya Gasca.
Yeah, Chandra, we saw Chandra for the first time in Mandalika, so it's good to see that Yamaha Racing Indonesia brought him again for another wildcard appearance. As of right now, Herjan, despite rev cuts, despite the Yamahas being strong, still excelling in these practice and qualifying sessions.
Yeah, he's got a double rev cut, as has his teammate Kiandra Ramadipa. Rosie has a single rev cut, if I remember the notice correctly.
Yeah, it's Kiandra, second rev cut for him as well. Ferozi and Arai both a single rev cut. So Kiandra will be running at 13,100 as his limit. Ferozi and Arai 12,300 RPM as the limits.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful with those rev limits because one's a 250, one's a 300. But yeah, this is very carefully calculated to even out the performance. So the regulations have been really successful in getting the performance of the bikes leveled out, and the rev cuts are designed to make the riders level out as well by handicapping, in a way, the riders who look like they're going to be running away. So Herjan was the first of those, closely followed by his teammate, then Ferozi and Araya Gasca. And as we speak, those are the top 4 in the championship. Jazil Jerome, to see going through there, the number 68, tucked in there behind Herjan Atner, and Gary Salim just behind him, so he's running in really good company. Kawasaki rider from Motor Sniper Manual Tech behind them is Deandra Trihardika.
The Hondas are much stronger this morning though. It's a lockout in the top 5 for them. 2 Astra Hondas on top, Herjan, Kiandra, Gary Salim, the sole Honda NWN SCK Racing Team rider, and Sharifuddin Azman and Irfan Haikal.
Yeah, Gary Salim just backed off there. Let Deandra move on past him. Gary looking for some space on the track. Watcher in Tub Timon for East NJT is just chopped in front of him. East NJT had a pretty decent day yesterday too. Warwick Tomnopakun, 10th quickest and really putting in the work. Piawat 11th. There is Sharifuddin Azman, who showed up so well in the tricky conditions. You have to think, if we do get some rain, in fact there's the 2 Bunsu Hondas running together. Shrifferden, a more experienced rider. Irfan Haikal, one with all the promise. Bunsu Honda is so good at selecting young riders and bringing them on. We include, as we're now, okay, Irfan Haikal, as though he's sure who he was signalling to then. Maybe that was for us.
Yeah, usually they would signal before the corner, and he just kept on holding it. He's putting on a good show.
Yeah, there is Kiandra, that distinctive helmet design. How would you describe that design, Daniel, on the 212 bike?
Oh, he had a brilliant way to describe it, but I forgot what the word was. But I just called it artistic.
Yeah, that's a bit of a cop-out. I think maybe you need to stick your neck out, go for something kind of tribal. Or
Tribal, that was the word, yes.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I was just looking at the lap times as well. That's the fastest lap time we've had this weekend. A 224.8 from Herjanatna. Yesterday, the fastest in combined practice was a 225.2 by Herjanatna as well.
Yeah, so he's managing that rev cut masterfully, you have to say.
Herjan is he's a brilliant rider, and it's no surprise that he can be dominant when he needs to be.
But carrying a rev cut on a fast track, we've got long straights here, and he's a bigger rider physically than most of his rivals, so that is quite an achievement.
It just really shows his quality, Herjan. And I'm just wondering now with Ferozi and, well, Ara is not with us due to its injury, but Ferozi carrying a rev cut, he's now only lapping in the 226. So how much of an effect will that play on the Yamaha R3? Because it's the first time this season. So in one aspect we could say that, okay, Astra, the advantage that they have is even with the rev cut, they've had so much data that they know how to adjust so that they have the power early on. For Yamaha, it's just arrived now for Yamaha Indonesia.
That's a good point, because there is some magic they can do with the mapping to mitigate the effect of the rev cuts. There's Piawak Patumios, number 188, moving inside of Herjanatna there. Piawak currently down in 10th with the best time of 227.2. Keeping an eye on that number 68 of Jazil Jaraimi, currently 13th, just to see what he can do. And the number 27 is Warwick behind him for East NJT Racing Team, the Thai outfit.
Yeah, it's Herjan coming back in now. 224.8 his fastest lap time, the fastest lap time of the weekend. And that would currently stand as the fastest lap time in Sepang ever since the new regulations changes. Ooh, Ferozi's on a hot one though.
Yeah, as you'd expect. He's got a real determined look about him, Ferozi. The adversity that he suffered from the leg injury seems to have just hardened his attitude and his determination. Good to see him competing. We've seen a much more varied range of bikes competing at the front. The regulation changes have really done a good job. And speaking of that, Aiki Yoshi on the Kawasaki is currently second with a 225.206.
Oh, that is
and that
really
is,
good.
Yeah, that's about 1.3 seconds quicker than he managed in free practice yesterday.
That would have been the fastest time yesterday if you took yesterday's combined practice into account.
True. So, good work on taming and coming to terms with that Kawasaki. East NJT pit. Obviously not Warwick, because that was the number 27 there. You saw having a bit of a twitch going through turn 14. As they come down, we can take a look at them. 188 is Piawak, 212 is Kiandra, 27 Watcher in 68 is Jazil Jaraimi.
Just quickly on the exit there, Kiandra. But yeah, this is really impressive though from Aikiyoshi and the Kawasaki. I remember way before this bike got released, I used to see every now and then the old ZX25 around Sepang. And I know for a fact they weren't doing anywhere near 225. So to get this bike in its 4-cylinder quarter-liter layout into a competitive performance is really impressive.
Yeah, I spotted a few of those running in a local championship in Japan a few weeks ago. I heard the sound from where I was, and I walked out onto the track and I, oh, okay, there are some of these bikes actually racing in club races in Japan.
Wow. So that's really good to see then. Kawasaki in the 250 class with the inline 4, it seems to be a growingly popular choice.
Yeah, so Ferozzi's moved himself up to 4th. Surgeon having a cool debrief. It was pretty much exactly on the halfway point in this 30-minute session that he came in, with slight advantage at the top over Kiandra, 0.024 of a second. There's a big group here, really mixed bunch too. Front is the number 11, that's the Indian, Kevin Kintel. Currently sitting 16th in this session. I think that's Piawat. Moritz still in there, number 40, Chinese rider, Chen Xinjiang. And then Kandra, the number 88, ran wide. It looks like at least 2/3 of the field for this AP 250 class in shot just then. There is Sharifuddin running together as he was earlier with Irfan Haikal. So that's their plan for this session. They're currently in 6th and 7th respectively. There they are, 63 and 41. Now Sharifuddin is up to 5th. Irfan still 7th.
It's a decent plan from the pair of them. I think now Sharifuddin having Irfan on form, this could really play well as a team tactic for the race later on.
Exactly, raise the game a little bit. There is the young prodigy, the championship leader, Kiandra Ramadipa, coming back to pit lane. It seems like they're toggling pit stops, him and Herjun. That is Aikiyoshi doing a great job on that Kawasaki this morning, currently 3rd, behind those two Astra Hondas.
Herjun with the fan on his lap.
Yeah.
Well, the heat isn't that bad this morning, but I reckon it's a bit humid.
He has been doing a bit of work though.
Yes. Definitely a lot more tiring than walking in pit lane.
Yes.
Ferozzi's on a good lap now, however, but sector 1, sector 2, the fastest sector time. So Herjun and Kiandra, they looked a bit happy in the pit box, but now Ferozzi might just be the upsetter. Aiki, for some reason, looked disappointed in himself when front row for the Kawasaki. I would say is a great result so far. But now the worries might start to grow. Ferozzi on a really strong push lap.
Yeah, he does have it. You know, when you look at riders and their attitude, you know, even the way they're holding themselves around the place, you can see that Ferozzi is a rider on a mission. Doesn't accept any kind of idea of dominance of the Indonesian rivals, Astra Honda.
Yeah, I was just looking at the sector times and I had a feeling that he got an excellent slipstream with his group behind, and now without any slipstream, sector 3 is much slower. Sector 4 I don't think is going to be enough for Ferozi to go first or second. That's the thing about Sepang in the quarter liter class, you need the slipstream. You need it to really get down these two 1 kilometer long straights. Comes across now 225.0, so yeah, front row.
Yeah.
Cal Vietnam at 225.883.
Yeah, good work from the Vietnamese. And out comes Aiki Yoshi. He's just been nudged down to 4th by Ferozi.
He's only just come in before Ferozi completed about half of that lap, so Aiki determined to find a better lap time.
Yeah, so Pilbat Patumyos, we're just watching the pit lane there for East NJT. He's a good rider over 1 lap when he gets his mind to it. Currently 1.7 down. See what he can do for the Thai team. There we've got Filipino Alfred Jacob Sablaya riding that beautifully turned out SDG Honda. Shrifferden now not with his teammate, but he's got a few other riders for company. Perhaps looking for a tow. Who have we got in that group?
Yeah, looks like Herjun potentially getting ready to head up for another run. Or maybe they're just going to wait and see how Ferozi and Aiki respond. As of right now, it's just 2 tenths between Ferozi and Herjun. Just under 4 tenths between Aiki and Herjun. Aiki's found himself right behind Chandra Hermawan. Ferdinand Osman got set up there at turn 14. He's looking for track position.
Yeah, a little further down. Stefan Heichel just slipped back to 9th. It's business time once again for the provisional pole sitter at the moment. Legend coming out with just over 5 minutes remaining. Irfan Heichel, he's got Deandra on the Kawasaki just behind him. We just watched that Kawasaki haul him in on the straight and go past him. 11 there at the front is Cameron Quintal. Then you've got Hutri, number 18. And here's an interesting group of riders. Gary Salim on the number 31. Got Kiandra and Herjun.
Jazo there just trying to tag along with this smart move from Jazo.
Yeah, they should get 2 flying laps in that group. Got Deandra Warwick. There's Aiki Yoshi. He's got Canberra just behind him. Nothing really lighting up the sector times at the moment. Aiki Yoshi looking purposeful there. Motor Sniper manual tech. It'll be good to watch how his bike and Triardika's performs on the straights if we could just see them come out of the corners. It's quite an interesting one we saw with the run down to turn 1 when he overhauled the bike he was running with, the Honda. There goes Hutri. Got Aiki behind him. Busy now. The riders know the time's running out. They're looking around. Who's behind? How much room have they got on the track? Number 11, Cameron Quintal, down in 18th. He's near the front of this group at the moment.
Herjun was on a decent Sector 1. Sector 2 not bad either, but not improving. Sector 3 is much slower. Kiyoshi, no improvements either.
I think it'll be on the lap after this one, so this huge group of riders now coming down to the final turn. It'll be, I predict, when they get into this lap that we'll see some of the purple and green sector times coming up. Let's take a look. They've got 2 laps, 2 more flying laps in this qualifying session. Provisional front row right now: Herjun Atner, Kiandra Ramadipa and Ferozi Torakatula.
And that would be the most ideal time for some faster riders to pull the lap times in. They can be somewhere about mid of this pack and just feed off the slipstream from each section.
Yeah, Kiandra looks quick there, just going around the outside of Sharifuddin in that previous shot. Hiwat Patumios, we said he's a good one-lap specialist. He's running on his own at the moment and will be looking to improve from the P10 he's in at the moment. There is Herjun, there's Gary Salim, and there is Jazil Jarami.
Yeah, I think Herjun, Gary and Jazil are in a great position to slowly build up and get the slipstream of the riders in front of them. Sector 1, not too impressive. It's decent Sector 1s from them, but nothing too shocking. Jazil improving, sitting behind Gary Salim and Herjun Atner.
Yeah, nobody really making a break. So it's going to be literally the last lap of the session.
Improvements on the bottom lower part of the grid. So as of right now, Jazil, another improvement. Hutri, Kevin Quintal, Irfan Haikal, and improved Sector 1. Vietnam Sector 2 is faster. Herjun's really on it. Herjun's broken away from Gary Salim and Jazil Juraimi. Gaucho Ang should be on a decent lap, so Sector 1. That's where he lost a lot of time.
Yeah, the young Indonesian Deandra on Kawasaki, he's put in a lot of laps. He's still down in 13th, the best time of 2:27. Feeling that he's going to, one of these young riders that's going to start coming through. Deandra at the front of that group. Deandra just slotting in behind him. So next time they cross the line, it's really going to be the decisive final lap of this 30-minute session. The checkered flag is going to come out in just 10 seconds from now, so this group will just get through. 5 seconds to go. Hiwat makes it through with 2 seconds to go. So this is the last time around for all of these. Kiandra getting out of shape under braking for turn 1.
Kiandra just took first as well. 224.5 from Kiandra. Jazil Juraimi goes up into 9th. Gary Salim up into 8th.
Yeah, so a few changes there, even though the sector times didn't look that quick, but now that's Kiandra still on the move, but he's in a group there. He just went past Warwick Tonganopakun. Like Sharifuddin, a little bit boxed in that group as well. So Kiandra improved through Sector 1, so did his teammate Herjun Atner. Rosie in that group too, placed about 4th or 5th, just ahead of Kiandra. Now for a splash of green, there it is. First green bike through, the first Kawasaki through. Your shot there was Aiki Yoshi, the second one Deandra Trihardika, and Kiandra making short work of Deandra. Cal Vietnam in the mix too. Cal Vietnam currently sitting 7th with a best lap of 2:25.883. Not too much to talk about on the sector times for sector 3. No improvement.
Yeah, but it looks a bit, maybe there's just a bit too much traffic this time around, not really benefiting the slipstream effect.
Yeah, nearly the entire field in shot now. Yeah, so it could be that nobody's quite able to break away. We did see last time around, we saw Kiandra do a very fast sector 4. He's got himself to the front of this group again. So let's just see. That was a 225.1, so that does indicate that there aren't going to be any position changes at the top of the timing screen, as 23 bikes rumble through in the space of about 10 seconds. So championship leader Kiandra bags himself another pole position. Did it in Mandalika, he's done it again here at Sepang International Circuit, despite having a double rev cut, and his teammate also with a double rev cut, Herjanatna, be in the middle of the front row. Inside him will be Ferozi Torakatula. So let's just take a look, and there it is, another brilliant session for the 15-year-old Indonesian Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda Racing Team. 224.524 pole position for him this afternoon. Herjanatna Firdaus will start from the middle of the front row. He did a 224.8. Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, another determined, gritty session from him. He got himself where he wanted to be, onto the front row. And fourth, Aiki Yoshi, brilliant qualifying for the Japanese rider on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Irfan Haikal was 5th, 6th was Sharifuddin, 7th Cal Vietnam, 8th Gary Salim, Jazil Jarami was 9th, Kandra Hermawan was 10th, 11th Piawat Patumios, begging his pardon, Warwick Tongnopakun was 12th, Emil Idzar Ezwan for Pittsburgh One Way was 13th, 14th Deandra Trihaudika, Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki, Watcher Timon, the number 25, was 15th, Gaoza Ang for Team One for All was 16th, Wildcard Alwyn Xavier from India for Gusto Racing India, 17th. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, 18th. 19th, Kamin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Wang Jiadong on the Victor Racing Team Yamaha was 20th. 21st, Chun Chun Zhang, improving his best time, 229.554. 22nd, Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Yong Nanzi for Victor Racing, Hong Kong rider, was 23rd, and Alfred Jacob Sablaya, the Filipino rider for SDG Team Hark Pro, 231.58. He was 24th. And it will indeed be 24 starters this afternoon. We have lost Araya Gasca after his injury in free practice. So let's just have a look at how that session panned out. It was a busy, crowded session, and wildcards featured all the way through. That was Emil Izan coming out there. Chun Chen Jong, the number 40, put in a lot of laps in that session. Number 31 there, Gary Salim, featured right from the start and was in the top 3 during the early laps of this qualifying session. Herjanatna was never far from the top, and Kiandra was at or near the top as soon as he pulled out of pit lane. He came out a minute or two after most of the rest of the field, pushed hard all the way through, and we were saying during free practice yesterday, his form just looks fantastic. The young Indonesian championship leader could be decisive this weekend, as he has a 16-point lead over Herjan. There is Ferozi Torakatula, the championship contender riding for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He had a good session. He left the best of it until the end. As we got into the very late stages, as you can see from this shot, virtually the whole field was running around within 10 or 12 seconds or so from front to back. A lot of them would end up holding themselves up. But at this stage, this was the last qualifying lap. A lot of them were pushing, a lot were getting held up. Kiandra looked quick, but he had already secured provisional pole position for 225.5. Perjan Atner running strongly, and fittingly it was Kiandra Ramadipa who led the field across the line. He will start from pole position this afternoon alongside his Astra Honda teammate Perjan Atner Firdaus and Rosie Torricatula. Now we're going to go to Daniel, who is in pit lane.
So Kiandra, it's a great pole position for you. You seem to like Sepang here. How was it out there?
Yeah, I was very happy with the qualifying. I start from pole position and not bad. And because when I start in the back, I difficult to fight with the top group. And Alhamdulillah, in this qualifying, I can get pole position for race 1 and race 2. I will give my best performance and fight for P1.
Thank you so much, Kiandra. Good luck for the race.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Yeah, the Red Bull rookie is doing a really good job with. right. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are into the middle stages of qualifying this afternoon. We have another 3 sessions. This is Supersport 600, a 30-minute session. And first on our screen and first on combined timings yesterday is Apiwat Wongtananon, the championship leader.
Apiwat straight on qualified tires.
Okay. So we've seen this a few times, especially in 600s. We've seen riders come out very early on qualifying. You can see the green stripe on the rear tyre of Apiwat's Yamaha R6.
I think that's wise. I think the cooler temperatures would favor it a bit better.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you can get a really fast time in, then you can spend the rest of the session working on race setup.
Yeah, we've seen Helmi and Azrai done that a few times.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a gamble because you don't know what's going to happen right in the closing stages, but this is the strategy that Apiwat has chosen. And to be fair, given his quality and his form yesterday, he'd be unlikely not to start from the first row. Well, let's see, I hope I haven't just cursed him.
Oh, look at the first purple sector now is Kengo Nagao. So Kengo starting off his flying laps really strong. Second sector decent as well, almost equal to Apiwat on qualifying compounds. What tire does Azrai have? It looks, I think I see a speck of green there on the rear tire.
Just take a look as he tips in. Yep, you're right, Daniel.
So it looks like that's the tactic for a lot of riders this morning. Just look at Kengo Nagao's sector time, almost identical in sector 2 to Apiwat.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Because he's on his first visit, having spent... Oh. Down there is Adinanta. Very early crash for him. He's not on qualifying tyres, but that's a real setback for the rider who's number 2 currently in the championship standings. So early fall for Adinanta Putra. It's going to get busy in the Astra Honda pit. They've got 3 riders in this class. There's another one of them, the 1, 2, 3, just gone out of shot. Fraser Danica RNs.
Kengo's on a hot lap. He's almost identical timings with Azra as well. And is Kengo even on qualifies? 2 minute 10.5 from Kengo Nagao. I want to see whether Kengo's on qualifying tires. I didn't see any green on the rear as far from that angle.
That's absolutely fascinating. Let's wait and see. Wayuna Groho currently second. He's done a 2:10 as well, 2:10.949 for the Indonesian. Kengo riding, of course, for Yamaha Racing Indonesia as a replacement for Andy Fadley, but that time of 2:10.518 would have been the second best time of all yesterday in 3 free practice sessions.
It's 2 seconds faster than his best lap yesterday, and that was his first flying lap.
Yeah, he was marooned in the 2:12s yesterday after starting really well. But he's found something, that's for sure. And he's found it so early in this session.
And if I really didn't get a clear look at it, but if Kengo Nagao is on non-qualifying compounds, that's amazing. And Apiwat and Kiati Sak, the 2 Thai riders, a 2:09.072 from Apiwat.
Yeah, that's a almost 0.9 of a second advantage over Kiatisak. Helmi's just gone into P2. He's probably running qualifying tyres as well. He tips in, so we'll get a view now. Yes, he's on qualifying tyres as well. So Apiwat has made his qualifying tyres count. So has Helmi.
Apiwat's up again. We've never seen a 2:08 in Supersport 600s. I don't think we have, and Apiwat's right on the door of a 2:08 now.
Yeah, he's got his teammate, the class rookie, McKinley Carl Paz, just ahead of him. Hopefully Apiwat's path through this next lap will be a smooth and fast one. Right up behind his teammate now.
Can go on his second lap, 2 minutes 10.8.
Yeah, it looks as though he's got past.
Yeah, Carl not on a qualifying compound. Again, up in sector 2 is Apiwat. This is a 2:08 coming for Apiwat Wongtananon.
Yep, absolutely. If he keeps it clean during the next 2 sectors, then he's going to be in the 2:08s. Phenomenal from Apiwat. It took him until third free practice session yesterday to really make his mark. Kinley Carpaz tucking in behind him.
Ooh, sector 3 was a bit slow for Apiwat.
So a lot of action, a lot of excitement on qualifiers. Very early in this session, we're not even 9 minutes into it. Here comes Apiwat again.
Oh.
And 2:08.742, so he's not just shaded it into the 2:08s. Wow. So he's a quarter of a second, more than a quarter of a second into the 2:08s.
Helmy just came across it with a 2:09.4. He's done 2 flying laps. Apiwat 2:08.742. That is ASB timing with normal compounds, but nevertheless, that's unbelievable.
So this qualifying session really front-loaded with excitement. Let's see how the rest of the session goes through, because sometimes we do see riders going very fast on mediums. Kyle there on a medium rear. So split tactics, it looks like, from the Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia Garage. There's Veda Ega Pratama.
Yeah, this is good from Veda. He's been lapping in the 2:11s on a normal medium.
Yeah, Apiwat has really moved the bar.
I was just mentioning yesterday about Ibrahim and Adam Nordin setting 2:09s, and now Apiwat has raised the benchmark 2:08. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and shout for Kiatisak Singapong, class rookie. Got his first podium last time out in race 2 at Mandalika. He's in 2:09.6 and sitting third, just behind Helmi Asman and just in front of Azroy Hakim Anouar. Wow, still got 20 minutes to go. Here is Helmi. Still got the qualifier on, not sure how much is going to be left in that. This lap indicates not too much.
Yeah, I'm still just trying to figure out whether Kengo was on qualifying compounds or not with that 2-minute 10.5.
There's Reza Danica and McKinley Carpaz, 2 of the debutants in this class. That's it, Helmi's qualifiers are cooked, but we often see him come out and do really good times on mediums later in qualifying sessions on Saturday mornings. Often a really good session for Helmi. There's his teammate, number 20, Azroy, already in the pits. He would have expected to be higher than 4th, I suspect, after running out on his qualifiers. As we say, they often do well on race tyres.
It's unbelievable. Apiwat, compared to his combined practice time, that's about 1.7 seconds faster.
Another lap there from Veda. That's his best lap of the session, I think. Haven't seen him on qualifiers yet.
I don't think Tanat has gone out on qualifiers yet either.
Yeah, so the riders to watch out for that haven't gone out on qualifiers yet are, and that's probably the main one actually, and it'd be good to get an update on Adenanta, because he had that very early off.
He is out now, yeah.
Okay, well that's good news. There is Apiwat, championship leader, provisional pole setter. A brilliant morning's work so far.
Come across now at the front straight. That should be. Oh, that's Vader. Sorry, that's Reza.
1, 2, 3, Razor.
Reza on mediums as well. Helmy putting on a fresh rear tire by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think these two Bunsu Hondas are going to be interesting to watch in the second half of this session. And McKinley Carl Paz comes back into the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia pit. But you can see to the right there is the ASB 1000 R1 of Koichiro Minamoto that we'll be seeing a little bit later.
Adenanta's just come across with a 2:11.3. Gone up into 8th.
Yeah, you can expect to see improvements from Adenanta. Reza Danica has improved. He was in the low 212s yesterday, so he's making a bit of progress. Be good to see a little bit more from the 2023 AP 250 champion. Shajin Tong, just looking at his times, 2:13.167, so he's improved by 1.3 seconds on his best free practice time yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't get a glimpse whether Shajin Tong was running on the qualifiers, but if this is on race tires, then it's really a strong show from Shajin Tong.
Yeah, he's in good spirits. I ran into him yesterday evening in pit lane, and he was being very self-critical. But I did point out that he's getting faster and faster virtually every time around. He went, yeah. But that's a great attitude.
It is indeed. Yeah, speaking of Shajin Tong, he's just come back into pit lane, and he was on medium rear, so Shajin Tong 2:13.1 on medium race tires.
Yeah,
with
great work.
Yeah, with qualifiers, he should be able to get 2:12 at least.
Yeah. Razor is on race tires, medium. Last time around, in the mid 212s. Not seeing the progress that perhaps he wants to. There's one of his teammates, that's the number 54, 15-year-old Veda Ega Pratama. First season in 250s after a sensational season last year. Sorry, first season in 600s after a sensational season in 250s in 2023. He was doing other championships at the same time, so he didn't attend every race, but he was absolutely brilliant. And he crushed the opposition in the Asia Talent Cup.
He was absolutely dominant then. Let's see what Kengo Nagao's got on. It looks to be medium rear tires.
There's Adenanta. We need to take a look at him. He's come out, as I suspected he would, on race tires, because just in case the bike was a bit knocked around, he wouldn't want to waste qualifying tyre. He's already done a 2:11. "13 minutes to go."
So there's just confirmation, both Wahyu and Kengo running now on mediums. I think they might have gone out on qualifying tires before this.
You would think so, looking at Kengo's time, but it's still a very decent one. 2:10.5. Adenante's first flying lap was 2:11. No improvement this time around. Hopefully the bike feels all right. His lap time suggests it does. And he's still got plenty of time really to put the qualifiers on.
Yeah, 12 minutes left in qualifying. In pit lane coming in was Reza Danica there, Adenante's teammate. Ken Gunagao pushing on with Wahyu Nugroho. Hey, out comes Helmi and Azroy. Both of them having used their qualifying rears.
That's it, they've got 11 minutes for race setup to see what they can do. And yeah, sure enough, Adenante is coming in. I think he went out just to feel how the bike was after that crash, and now he's going to put qualifiers on.
The other thing was Reza just came in, and the second he saw Helmi and Azroy, oh sorry, it wasn't Reza, that was, apologies, that was Tanat. But yeah, Adenante, he did quite a few laps on the bike. I think it is, as you said, just to make sure everything's okay. Coming out, also Kiatisaka has come out as well.
Yep, there he is. There hasn't been any change since the very early stages of this among the top 5. Kiatisak, third. He's in race trim now, you can be sure of that. Starting his first flying lap.
To 11.5 for him.
His teammate Tanat Longpliao. Haven't seen him on qualifiers yet. We saw him looking really strong all the way through free practice yesterday. And if anything, just running a little bit quicker than Kiatisak. Until the end anyway. Kiatisak had a really good final session. But first Supersport podium for him in Mandalika in race 2. So that really important getting of the monkey off the back. That's been done for Kiatisak, and he does look smooth and confident. Got himself a provisional front row start. And I think his teammate Tanat and Adenante are probably the riders most likely to threaten that front row start for Kiatisak.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, Tanat now, he's come out at the same time with Helmi and Azroy. I wonder whether his plan is to stick behind them or try to do it on his own. So it all depends on what kind of pace Helmi and Azroy can do in this hotter part of the session with the medium tires. The Tanat should be on qualifying compounds. Yeah, across the line was Helmi, followed by Tanat, followed by Azroy.
Yeah, the order remains the same in the top 5.
Squiggle in the rear there for Kiatisak.
That was a 2:11.3.
Done a decent sector 1, but not quick enough if he wants to beat Apiwat's time, but it should be good enough to try and contest for front row.
Yeah, there is Helmi. Provisionally going to be starting from second this afternoon.
Yeah, there's confirmation that Tanat is on qualifying rears. Got Helmi in front of him.
And Helmi, his times, his second times looking...
Oh, Azroy down! Azroy down at turn 9. Azroy is pushing there. He's trying to follow Tanat in front of him.
We often see them pushing hard on medium tyres after they do their early qualifying times, and it didn't work out that time. Nothing too serious, and the rider himself looks okay.
Yeah, Bootsy Honda, they won't be too concerned about that. The bike's not badly damaged. Azroy's okay.
Here he is.
Oh, he's just going in really hot.
And yeah, front tucks.
That's at the portion that was newly resurfaced. There's a little bit of a bump there, and that just upset Azroy's front as he went in aggressive.
Yeah. He held on to the front, didn't let go of the bike, just controlled. It was quite a high-speed crash. He controlled it well.
Ooh, Tana goes up into 4th place now, 209.826. He will have at least one more lap to push on the qualifying tyres for Tanat. So Honda Racing Thailand showing up quite well now. Kiatisak in 3rd, Tanat Lomplio in 4th. Oh, Helmi there, big warning for him on the rear tyre.
Yeah, the plan obviously for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda is to push right to racing speed, to push right to the limit. Azroy we saw pushed over it, Helmi pushing very close to it. Coming into shot now is Kengo Nagao, number 50, Wahyu Nugroho, number 89. Both of them riding for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Currently, Kengo 6th and Wahyu 7th.
Kiatisak should be somewhere ahead of these two Yamahas. Still pushing on for a second flying lap. Makili Kalpaz as well, he's on. He should be on qualifying tyres now.
Yeah, Azroy back into the pits, so it looks like fairly superficial damage to sort out, but he's done his best work probably. So it looks like a second row start for the Malaysian.
Yeah, very minimal damage.
Yeah, he's staying on the bike, so that's interesting. Maybe he will come out just to shake it down and see if it's all okay.
One hot laps now. Makili Kalpaz, Sha Jun Tong, and Tanat who still should be coming across any time now. But Sha Jun Tong, this is his first outing on qualifiers for this weekend. How will he fare? He's up again in sector 2. That's a decent sector timing.
Yeah, Azroy staying on his bike there in pit lane, looking really eager to get back out again. We just saw session leader Apiwat, original pole sitter, going out. 4 minutes remaining, 4.5 minutes remaining. There goes Wahyu Nugroho. Number 89, Wahyu Nugroho. One podium this season early on. Currently 7th in this qualifying session. There is Reza Danica down in 11th. 2:11.976, the time he set some time ago now. He's got his qualifying rear on, so let's see what advantage he can take of that. He's coming down towards the final turn now. We switch our view and back with Helmi and McKinley Kalpaz.
Sha Jun Tong, 2:12.0 for Sha Jun Tong.
That's really good time.
It's really good for Sha Jun Tong. This is really impressive, and he has one more lap in it. Tanat's qualifying tyres should be out now, so his qualifying is done. Makili Kalpaz going toe-to-toe with Helmi Asman. He's on qualifying tyres, so...
Yep, he's really on a push. Apiwat isn't, after that phenomenal 2:08.7 he did earlier.
Oh, Adinanta as well, he's on another push. Veda's on a push as well. So the Astra Honda riders are all on qualifiers, plus Sha Jun Tong, who's improving again in Sector 1, Sha Jun Tong.
Yeah, you've got to expect Adinanta to be there or thereabouts this time around or the next.
Veda goes up now into... First he was in 7th, now 8th. Adinanta into the 2-minute 10s. 2-minute 10.045 for Adinanta Putra. He's in 6th. Veda Iga 2-minute 10.6 in 8th.
Yep, Adinanta going to keep pushing now. We haven't seen him close up enough to see whether he's got a qualifying tyre on, but I'm sure that he will have.
And this is interesting now, Sha Juntong on qualifying times as well. Identical sector times to Veda Ega on the last lap. So Sha Juntong on course for potentially a low 2 minute 11. McKinley Carapaz 2 minute 10.4 into 7th.
Yeah, good work from the Filipino. Former Underbone 150 champion back in 2019.
Oh, Adinanta's on a hot one. Adinanta, really, really good sector 1 from Adinanta Putra.
Yeah, this is Adinanta's push for first row start. Kiatisak currently holding on to the 3rd place on row 1. Adinanta Putra is definitely after that. Kiatisak at risk.
Veda on a good lap as well. Reza's on a decent 1, sector 1's a bit slower for Reza. At this very moment, Sha Juntong 2:11.813 goes up into 11th. Sha Juntong takes 1 step ahead now. Reza takes that back.
Reza just snatched it back, but there it was. There was a moment there for Sha Juntong, and a very well-deserved one because he's really pushing. Everybody else either in the 2:10s or the 2:9s, except for Apiwat, who is 2:08.
It's wondering where Veda and Adinanta Putra are, because they are both on hot laps. Adinanta could be looking at a provisional front row. Veda as well. It's a decent lap coming in from Veda Ega Pratama.
Let's have a look for...
Veda goes up into 7th. Adinanta up into 4th.
So that was a push. He's got another time around, Adinanta. Has he got enough left in the qualifying tyre to pull himself onto row 1? He's just less than a 10th short of the time of Kiatisak, who's occupying that spot.
McKinley Carapaz might be on a good one. He's actually faster than Veda in sector 2. So if he can stitch sector 4 nicely, McKinley Carapaz might have a really good position.
Here comes Azroy. He's got Kengo Nagao behind him. So Azroy back into action very quick after that tumble.
And McKinley Carapaz on that lap just short of P7. 0.029 was the gap between Kyle and Veda Ega.
Adinanta's first sector for this last time around, not that special, nor his second sector, so it looks like he's not going to get himself onto row 1.
Reza's a decent one still though. He's improving through every sector, so Reza might just snatch P10 away from Wahyu Nugroho.
There goes Azroy. He saved his bike well in that crash. And he's got Kengo Nagao for company. Literally breathing down his neck there.
Reza goes into P10 now. Reza 2 minute 10.684. So good improvements from Reza. He looks a bit more confident today.
Yeah, Helmi continuing to push on race setup, doing some really good sector times, so we know this is the plan for Bunsu Honda. Good work from Helmi. He doesn't want Apiwat to get away this afternoon. He presents a territorial threat to the princes of Sepang, Helmi and Azroy, who at the moment looks like he's going to be starting from the outside of the second row. In the haze just behind Helmi is McKinley Carapaz. Not sure if he was going to turn in there and whether he was going to come into pit lane. But Helmi keeping it pinned right to the checkered flag. That was a 2:11 that time around. Kengo eased off that lap. But the real action of that session was very much front-loaded. It was a really exciting opening to that. and the front row was decided basically in the first 5 minutes. Great work from Apiwat. From here, Apiwat is already in the scrutineering area. Kiatisak comes in for a check over. But there are the results of Supersport 600 qualifying, and it was a sensational 208.742 for Apiwat Wongtananon for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Second was Helmi Asman for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda Racing Team. He was second with a 209.403, a 0.66 second difference. Kiatisak Singapong, the brilliant rookie for Honda Racing Thailand, finished third. He will start from the front row. Adinanta Putra had an early crash, recovered brilliantly. He will start from fourth and lead the second row. Tanat Longplia was fifth. Azroy Hakim Anwar, another crasher late in the session. He will start from sixth. Seventh, Veda Ega Pratamar came through well in that session. And McKinley Carl Paz, also on a really good push late in the session, will start eighth. Ninth was Kengo Nagao, who set that 210.518 very early in the session. That's good enough to get him a start from P9. Reza Danica came late on qualifiers. He will start 10th, his best time 210.684. Wayuna Groho, he was a couple of tenths slower, 210.835 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Xiaojun Tong, who keeps improving and improving, 211.813 was his best time. He will start from 12th. And we've got Daniel, who is down with Apiwat.
Apiwat, first and foremost, big congratulations to you. It was a fantastic pole position that you've gotten for yourself for the races later, and a 208 in qualifying. How was it?
Yeah, today is good for me. In the start from the qualified tire, I managed to the first to attack. Yeah, and it's good focus, good idea for me. Yeah, and after in the qualified tire I change to late tire is a little bit different, but yeah, we will see in the race in the afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race.
As we were saying a little bit earlier, it was very much a front-loaded qualifying session for Supersport 600. The cameras first picked up Apiwat Wongtananon as he went out on qualifying tyres. And I think it was his third time around that he set that sensational 208.7. There is Azroy for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, who also showed very well, very strongly early on. To go third fastest at one stage. There are the two Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia machines. Apiwat followed by McKinley Carl Paz, his Filipino teammate, the number 23. He had a busy session, McKinley Carl Paz, and they're showing strongly also very early on in the session was Kiatisak. This is later in the session when he was working hard on race setup. He's on medium front, medium rear in this shot, but his best lap set very early on was a 209.614, and there was that late fall for Azroy. He controlled it well, he held onto the bike, ensured that there wasn't too much damage done. He would go back into the pits and come back out again with just 5 minutes remaining. It's a great presence of mind from Azroy. Apiwat later on working on setup. He indicated that the setup on race tyres perhaps was less than perfect, so we'll have to watch out for that this afternoon. There was Helmi Asman, great session from him. He set an early, very fast time to qualify second. Here comes Helmi right at the end of the session, but it'll be front row led by Apiwat from Helmi and Kiatisak Singapong. So next up, is going to be the Super Pole shootout. So we're going to change the pace. For the Super Pole shootout, we will see the fastest 10 qualifiers through to Super Pole. That's the next qualifying session coming up next. And last but most definitely not least will be the ASB 1000 qualifying session. Free practice yesterday was just sensational for them. So many surprises. Riders coming into form like Hasma Daniel. Other riders struggling as you might not have expected them to, like Hafiz Shirin. But that will be coming up after the Underbone Super Pole session, which is up next. So stay with us. We'll be back here with you for Super Pole action for the Underbone 150s.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Welcome back to Sepang, and we're here for the Super Pole session for the Underbones. This will determine the first 10 starters for race 1 this afternoon. We're going out with the slowest of the fastest 10 going first. That was Fahmi Bassam we saw earlier. We're looking there at Wayuaji Trilaksana, who's out in the first group of 5. So there are 2 groups of 5 going out. Then there's a short break. And then the second group goes out. And the last rider out will be the fastest from this morning.
Fahmi with his unique tucking in methods, looking just under the top of that handlebar cover. Is Adiputra Sukarno.
It's a really interesting one, and the other one which I'm watching out for is the legs akimbo tuck-in.
You would think it would not be as aerodynamic.
Yeah, you're just making yourself wider, but I'd love to understand what that's all about. That's Adiputra Sukarno, who's been really impressive as a wild card. Not the only one in this Super Pole. really good work from him.
Yeah, Adi Putra, 14 years old. It's for debut in ARC and straight into Super Bowl, so it's a good result already this weekend for him.
Yeah, Fahmi Bassam was the first rider out. He's third in the championship, so there goes Adi to start his flying lap. And there's a good view there of Fahmi Bassam with the legs akimbo tuck-in style.
It's even more unique than the tuck-ins of Fazl Sham and Fazli Sham.
Yeah, I mean, with those styles, you couldn't quite figure out how they managed to, especially with Fazli, how they folded themselves onto the bike. Obviously, a lot of hard yoga put in to achieve that.
Definitely yoga or Pilates, 100%.
There's the number 3, Faris Putra, starting his flying lap. So let's have a look. Fahmi Bassam, quickest so far through sector 1.
Adi Putra a bit about 5/10 slower than Fahmi Bassam in sector 1. Gubita Cressa even slower through sector 1. So as of right now, there's no real benchmark yet. No one has completed their laps. It's just the first group of 5.
Yeah, that's second best, quickest through sector 1 was Faris Putra. Fahmi Bassam on your screen at the moment. Pushing as you'd expect.
Yeah, Adi was rapid through sector 2. He's got the fastest sector 2 right now, so looks like it will equalize again as they pass through sector 3. And as of right now, even Gupita Kresna unable to challenge the sector timings of Fahmi or Adi.
Yeah, so Gupita provisionally third. That was a good sector 2, the best sector 2 so far, in fact, for 16-year-old Faris Putra for Cardinals. Here is Adi, number 81.
Down the back straight goes Adi Putra. It's his first ever Super Bowl. See how he does for a first flying lap. Fahmi faster through sector 3. So as things stand, it's going to be a decent time for the 2 young riders, Adi and Faris Putra. Adi tucking in the conventional way.
That's it, and head down.
235.6 for Adi Putra. Oh, UIG's on a really good lap, actually. Sorry, Faris Putra's on a really good lap.
Yeah, here comes Fahmi to complete that lap. 235.6, so almost 0.9 of a second slower than Fahmi's time. Gupita's time isn't going to be that quick, I don't think.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the best of laps from Gupita Kresna. He's got 237, yeah.
237. That lap didn't work out for him. Next up's going to be interesting. That's Faris Putra on the Cardinals factory ARC team Yamaha.
Wow, it wasn't enough for Faris. 235.4. It looked like he was going to be faster than Fahmi on that lap, but Fahmi holding on.
Yeah, here comes Wayuaji. Wayuaji records 237.064, so he's provisionally 4th.
Wow, that's surprising. The 2 quite experienced, very well experienced riders in this class, Wayuaji and Gupita. Down in 4th and 5th for now.
Yeah, so that's the first group of 5 done. And Fahmi Bassam won that first half. It'll be a short break, and then the fastest 5 from this morning's qualifying 2 session will go. And they'll be led by Husni, who was 5th fastest, then Murabil, then Idil Fitri, Nazrul and Akid Aziz. The form rider
I'm excited to see Idil Fitri out on Super Pole. He had a really, really good qualifying session.
Idil did 2:33.3 in qualifying. Best time yesterday was Farmy. It was no, Akita's is, biggest pardon. It's 2:32, but that was quite a lot faster than everybody else.
Yeah, Akit just had the perfect track position in that point. And he knows a thing or two about placing his bike in the right line.
Yeah, he certainly does. Not just at his home circuit. You see it everywhere. And that's why, you know, if you're trying to pick out a rider who's showing the kind of form that can take him to the title, it is Akita's is. 25 points is his advantage in the standings, so in other words, a race win. So if he has a really good weekend, it's going to make it very difficult for anybody else to catch him.
Yeah, the only thing that can stop him from sealing it early is a good performance from riders like Aditya. Because Aditya is one of the contenders. He needs a good result here to take it to Buriram.
Yep, good point. And Fahmi Bassam, just a few points behind Aditya in the standings. But Aditya not really present as we would have expected so far here at Sepang. So, man with the green flag indicates that we're ready for the second group of 5 to go on their outlaps for Super Pole. And it will be Husni who comes up first. There he is, the 143 just gone past. And his teammate for Yamaha LFN HP 969. So Husni is out at a 20-second gap, and then it'll be his teammate Murabil following him. There goes Murabil, always among the fastest.
He's a brilliant rider. He's got so much speed. Just doesn't always finish the best in a race.
The pattern's improving though, and there is the wild card that we're fascinated by for the Super Bowl session, Idil Fitri Mahadi.
Yeah, for those who follow Malaysian racing, everyone loves the Warapang team. They've got such a great energy around them, and it's clear that all their riders really love the boss. It's really good to see them bringing Idil into ARC now.
Yeah, I took a very early walk through pit lane earlier and ran into the boss at Warapang. I hadn't seen for quite a long time. He's just such a wonderful human.
He is indeed. 143 Husni Zainal now on his warm-up lap.
Yep, he's got a 6th and a 2nd in his appearance as a wild card in Mandalika, and he's really holding his own in style here at Sepang. Great to see him return. LFN, such a strong team.
Humongous presence in on the bones.
Idil.
And LFN, all 3 riders made it through to Super Bowl, so a really good result already so far for them this weekend.
Azrael is that pretty decent job of defending his title.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that dislocated wrist and broken collarbone, I think the points battle for the championship would have been quite significantly different.
Yeah, you wouldn't be looking at the 25 gap, I don't think. Here comes Husni with the legs akimbo tuck in. So this seems to be maybe an LFN thing.
Could be. I think it's one of the training programs.
We're going to have to look at top speeds, Daniel.
Yeah. That would be the best gauge on whether it does help or not. Murabil
A
there.
head shake there for Murabil.
Yeah. It's getting a bit squiggly into the brakes. So for now, it's the teammate Fahmi Bassam, the fastest in Super Pole. Loosening through sector 1, not that quick, but 4/10 slower than Fahmi's fastest sector 1 time. Murabil decent through sector 1.
Yeah, with Nazrul now. Akid Aziz looking good.
Akid on his outlap was doing the fastest sector time, so look out for Akid Aziz. My word.
Yeah, I looked at that, then I looked away. Did I just really see that?
He, in between sector 2 and sector 3, he was a total of 7/10 faster than Fahmi Bassam's sector times there. It's unbelievable, and that's on his outlap.
Yeah, so back with Husni, who's the first rider out in this second group of 5 for Super Pole. Number 143. As we observed yesterday, and it's always good to find little cues to help you recognise riders at speed, especially when we're looking at 15 riders covered by basically a pocket handkerchief, trying to pick out who's who. But the LFNH Putra bikes all have 3-digit numbers.
Oh, looking at the sector times, the fastest of this group of 5 is Akid right now in sector 1, but sector 2, Akid must have made a mistake. It's nearly a second slower for Akid in sector 2, so Akid's lap is gone. There's no recovering from that.
That's it. This has been decent from Husni. He goes into the final turn. It's a long drag up. We're going to see some action on this exact point of the circuit this afternoon in the races. Here he comes to complete that lap.
Oh.
And he goes top, 234.737. And here comes his teammate, Murabil.
Whoa.
Murabil leapfrogs over his teammate, the number 157, 234.137, 0.6 quicker than Husni, and that was a decent lap from Husni.
As of right now, it's an LFNHP 969 lockout in the front row. Can Idil Fitri spoil the party at the front? Idil comes across. 7th is the best he can do. Akid is rapid through sector 3. It's nearly a second quicker than the rest. So maybe Akid can still do something about this. Nazirul Izzat up into 4th. Akid Aziz, can he recover from that mistake in sector 2?
That's decent from Nazirul, but here comes Akid. He was a second too slow in sector 2, second too fast in sector 3.
Goes second.
And he goes second. That's still an advantage to Murabil at the top of 0.4 of a second, but what a recovery from the Malaysian Akid Aziz. Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
His sector 2 was a second slower nearly than Nazirul Izzat's sector 2.
Yeah, and you said
unbelievable.
That's his lap gone. He didn't hear you, luckily.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant for Murabil, although we often see that in qualifying. He is such a quick rider over one lap, and increasingly putting together good races as well, the young Indonesian. So it's not a lockout for LFNH Putra, but there it is, confirmed at the top. 234.137 for Murabil Vitoni. Puts him on pole position for race 1 this afternoon. Next to him, the form rider of this championship, Akid Aziz for Pittsburgh One Way JRT. Husni Zainul Fauzi for Yamaha LFNHP was 3rd. His teammate, Fahmi Bassam, so the lowest starting LFNH Putra rider, in 4th. Nazrul Izzat will start from the middle of the 2nd row in 5th. Faris Putra, decent job from the 16-year-old, will start 6th for Cardinals. Adi Putra, the wild card, will start 7th. Wayuaji Trilaksana, 2 times champion for Racetech 60, will start 8th. Idil Fitri Mahadi for Jetron Yamaha, YY Pang Racing Team will start 9th and 10th. Gubita Krishna for 4S1N Evo Yamaha will start from 10th. So that was a really absorbing session, as these always are, especially if you are a kind of underbone nerd, as all of us connected with ARRC most definitely are. So as we can see the bikes coming in now, I can see Husni coming in, followed by Murabil. Daniel is making his way down to catch up with Murabil. Luckily, we're right next to Parc Fermé and the technical scrutineering area, and indeed the podium. So it's not too far for Daniel to go. Nazarol coming into pit lane just below us. So let's just take a look once again at a really absorbing and exciting Super Pole session. There it goes. This is Adi Putrasicano. Exciting rider coming as a wild card. There is the familiar 222 of Fahmi Bassam. He was out, he looked quick. That was a good first lap. He put down a good marker with that 234.776. But the rivals were grouping to try and take that away from him, including the number 58, Idil Fitri Mahadi, the wild card, or YY Pang. Always great to see that team back in this championship. And there was Husni Zainal Fauzi, sensational wild card, finished second. His first wildcard appearance in Underbones, last time out at Mandalika, and he put in a 234.737. That would be good enough for third on the grid. But next up, and this is definitely an LFNH Putra tuck-in style, was Murabil Vitoni. And the number one, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin, defending his championship robustly despite missing around with injury, but he's back and looking good. He will be starting from fourth, but Akira Ziz, who had a really weird lap with a terrible sector 2, a sensational sector 3 and a really good sector 4, and that was good enough to lift him up to P2, so he'll start from the middle of row 1. Find himself in an LH Putra sandwich, and Daniel is with Murabil Vitoni.
So Murabil, a great Super Bowl for you and the team, and it's really looking like a good weekend for you guys this here in Sepang. How was it out there?
Ya, untuk Super Pool tadi saya mencoba engine saya, karena di kualifikasi tadi saya ada masalah di engine, jadi saya ganti engine baru dan syukur alhamdulillah bisa di posisi pertama.
So a quick translation there was that in qualifying the engine was giving issues, and then with a new engine this time in Super Bowl he tested it and it went well, and he's thankful that he's got a pole position for this one. So thank you Murabil, good luck for the race later.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Okay, so far this year we have a new sponsor from Indian Oil. For the racing all class we use same fuel from Indian Oil. For us it's better. We can see all the bike will use the same oil and easy for us also. So far for the performance it's be normal, same as before because it's controlled by Ron. Then the important point is not effect to our machine. That is more important.
Basically, not so bad about the performance because before we use normal petrol and also we changed the Indian oil, but the performance is so good. Also about the acceleration and also some fuel setting is not much different. Also bike speed was nice. I think it's good, better.
Well, at this moment, we are much more than satisfied with the performance of this Indian oil fuel. We found that the fuel is very stable. Of course, power is quite subjective, but it is marginally better than what we've had before. So overall, I would like to keep on using this fuel for the championship.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is the last qualifying session of the day, and you are going to want to watch every single one of the 40 minutes allocated to the ASB 1000s, because we saw so much action, so many surprises in free practice yesterday. Usually we see the fastest times being recorded in the middle of the day, usually in free practice too. But in almost every case, I believe, all but one case, the fastest lap of the day was recorded in the third session late in the afternoon. And there are a few big stories here, Daniel, but I think there's none bigger than the resurgence of Daniel Kazmayuddin, because he was good in all three sessions and ended up on top on combined times with a 206.946 at the end of it.
Yeah, it was really, really great to see Kazma back to being Kazma, Daniel. I mean, the past 2 seasons has been such a tough couple of spells for Kazma. Just couldn't get on the pace, just couldn't get the feeling right. And I think Yamaha, they made a few changes. They changed the engineer, I believe, and they managed to make adjustments, and it's allowed Kazma to come back to his brilliant best, and that's exactly what we needed to see.
Yeah, listening to him in pit lane yesterday evening, it seems as though whatever the personnel change was has given him some kind of additional confidence and obviously additional feeling in the bike, because he really was back to the vintage 2022 Daniel when he was a sensational rookie in ASB 1000. Here he comes now, leaving pit lane. He's got a soft rear tyre on. We will be watching throughout this session for the green flashes. That will indicate they're on qualifying tyres. But yeah, Daniel, that he was the story, the surprise package, a very welcome surprise package of the day. And staying with Malaysia, Aslan Shah, who had a quiet first 2 sessions, came really strong in the final session to get within a few hundredths of a second of the best time of Kazma. And then we had 2 Japanese riders, Yuki Kuni for STG, Team Hark Pro, and Sho Nishimura, Aslan's teammate, who were 3rd and 4th. Zakwan Zaidi was next best. He was another rider who seemed to struggle through the first 2 sessions and then become stronger in the last one. 207.228 was his best time yesterday. Championship leader Andy Frid Izdihar was 7th fastest on combined times. He had a crash yesterday as well. Nothing too serious, although a fair amount of new bodywork would have been needed for that CBR 1000. And another surprise, not perhaps, you know, not on such a positive way, was JDT's Hafiz Sharin, who was further down the order than we expected. They're clearly looking for data and making progress with setup here at Sepang for the Ducati V4 Panigale. On combined times, Hafiz was 8th yesterday. He suffered a crash as well. So what did you make of the JDT outing yesterday, Daniel?
Yeah, it was surprising to me because before round 1 Buriram, they did have a test in Sepang, and they said it was quite positive. When I chatted with team principal and manager Stephen, he did mention that they had a very positive test. They were very happy with how Hafiz was doing and how the bike was performing. So I did have quite high expectations for this round, and it's just not come together. It just looked like Hafiz needed to make a lot of adjustments to his setup to finally find some comfort.
Yeah, I did love the work yesterday. I mean, Hafiz, you have to expect, is going to come through strongly in qualifying, and certainly when it comes to the race, you're going to see a strong performance from him. But the rider on screen now really impressed me yesterday, Yuki Kuni, and was his speed. Oh, and
there
look at that. Let's just toggle back to the conversation about Hafiz. 206.827, that's the fastest time we've seen this weekend.
That's more like it from Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing Team. They've clearly found something, and look at that, 206.8. But going even faster now is Kasma Daniel through Sector 1. Sector 1 is where Kasma struggled yesterday, so now they found something special, it seems. Yuki on another fast lap. He looks to be improving into a 206 as well. Kasma fastest through Sector 2, so Kasma setting up for another very fast lap.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the tyres. We haven't clocked. I think he was on mediums when he came. Oh no, soft rear.
Soft rear, yeah.
Soft rear, yeah. So this is impressive.
It really is. Hasan on a decent lap, but not anywhere near what Kasma's about to achieve. Yuki is on another good lap coming through.
And there is Kasma, running a medium front and the soft rear. And he's recorded a really good Sector 3 as well. Here comes Yuki Kuni.
206.6 from Yuki.
And okay, let's return to that conversation about Yuki Kuni, because it wasn't only his speed yesterday that impressed, it was his just consistency.
An absolute machine he was.
Yeah, yeah, and the pace was just so impressive. We've seen it, he got his maiden win in this series at Motegi. Oh, and Kasma, there he is, he's completed his first serious flying lap, 206.423. So we've got the top 3 in the 206s.
This is so impressive. It looks like we're about to drop into really low lap times.
I'm not sure if we've even seen qualifying tyres there. Let's take a look here. There is Hafiz. He's running medium front, medium rear. So that phenomenal lap time that he set very early on, that's on mediums. Kasma, as we've said, is on medium soft. So we haven't seen qualifiers yet. Aslan Shah, who put in a great third session yesterday, he's currently 7th with 207.7. So yeah. 1.3 seconds off the top. There goes Kasma.
Yes, Soichiro and Shodi Shibura putting in some good lap time. Soichiro 207.1, Sho 207.0. So Sho and Shimura lapping about the same lap times as yesterday.
Yeah, back with Kasma. He'd have to go some to better that lap, and he's just easing off.
Yeah, I think he might be considering slapping on the qualifying rears already. He's got the momentum, he knows what he can do with just a soft tire, so imagine what he's about to do with qualifiers. We haven't seen a 204 since Marcus Reiterberger.
That's right, and I'm just looking here on screen, we're looking at 2 Ducatis here, the TGRT of Wildcard, just behind Hafiz Sharin, but Ibrahim Noureddin for FGRT on that number 66, pretty much a stock Ducati, and he's really nailing it, as you can see, down this straight run down to the final turn. Hafiz tips in first.
Yeah, it's a smart move from Ibrahim, follow the closer factory spec bike and try and see what he can do with what he's doing a bit better or faster. They come across the line, Hafiz no improvement there, 206.9. Yuki's on a decent lap as well.
Yeah, but good pace there from Hafiz as well.
Consistent fast laps from Hafiz is really what we want to see.
Yep, Yuki too, she seems to be the specialist at that, but this is a really good run. And you can see Ibrahim trying to hold on, but Hafiz has clearly got a little bit more pace.
Sector times, Ibrahim just a tenth slower through Sector 1. Wow, Hafiz still squiggling about.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned championship leader Andy Freitas-de Haar yet, or indeed, and Noureddin is down. It's not serious. He's picked the bike up again, but you can see how hard he was pushing on that Ducati.
Looks like
hand up from Hafiz.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think maybe they were trying to run in tandem together. Maybe there was a plan with the both of them, and it's just not worked out well.
Yeah, so Hafiz perhaps going to leave this. So we will be watching just to see when these riders decide to come in and put on qualifying ties. There's number 12, Shona Shimura.
Yeah, I think Hafiz was waiting for Ibrahim. I think they must have been running together with the plan there.
Yeah, obviously Noruddin is going to come in. There is Aslan. What does that body language mean, Daniel? To slap on the right arm.
I think that's pretty much him saying it's hot and this is tiring.
Yeah.
Yuki's on a really fast lap, sector 1. He's been doing consistent 206.6. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah, the pace from the 20-year-old Japanese rider, really impressive. Matched by that consistency being matched this morning by Hafiz. Kazma we've seen come out sensationally fast, go back in. You have to guess that he's going to be on qualifiers next. This is a 40-minute session. There are 28 minutes remaining, so there's plenty of time. You see just how hard Yuki's pushing. You see how fast and neat he is, but there's an indication there of how hard he's pushing. So that's Hafiz coming into the JDT pit, and the stand goes under the rear wheel. So let's see what appears on that. Back with Yuki Kuni, who was a little bit slow there through the third sector. But let's just check his consistency now, because that's what we've come to expect from him.
Yeah, despite that little error there at turn 10 into 11, I think Yuki's still gonna put in another 206. Comes across the line, 206.6 again.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Okay, and now Honda Asia Dream Racing. We haven't been following any of those guys on track yet. That's Andy Faridis-Dihar leading the championship from this rider, Hafiz, who's somewhere down there at the back of the JDT pit.
Got Zakwan coming out now, but not qualifying ties by the looks of it. As Hafiz Sharin, he can be happy with the progress today.
Yeah, so looks like a completely different setup to yesterday.
Andy, he's on, I think that's Andy, yes, he's on qualifying rears.
That's
Zakwan in front of him.
Yeah, there goes Zakwan. We haven't seen Nakarin yet, although he's 6th in the story so far with a 207.3.
Soichiro now getting ready to go out. Is that qualifying race? Don't see any green on that.
Can't quite see. No.
It's almost like another normal pace run for Soichiro before they slap on the green tyres.
Yeah, he ran well yesterday, Soichiro, but didn't threaten the fastest times. But he was really consistent. His best time yesterday, 207.9. But everybody's improving today. There's Osama Murray. Best lap so far for him, 212.5. One of the Sepang Crows just flies across in front of the camera there.
They'll be making their appearance and their presence known this weekend.
Yeah, they're obviously enjoying it, not rattled by the noise.
Speaking of noise, I had a really nice talk with Yuki yesterday, and he mentioned that when he started riding bikes, he did not like it because the bikes were noisy. And he said he got scared of the noise, but eventually he got addicted to the feeling and just kept on doing it.
Yeah, it's one of those things you get over, I think. There's Shona Shimura, another sensational 20-year-old Japanese rider. Race winner in Motegi, of course. And there is Yuki Kuni after his first run. Little fist bump with his crew. Impressive once again. Yuki Kuni, I do believe he's won 1 or 2 races in the All Japan Series since we last saw him in ARRC. And here is Nakarina Terapuvapat for the first time. We've seen him on screen today, but he has been doing some decent work with putting in low 207s. Here he comes.
Qualifying rears now on Nakarin. So he's the first one, I believe, to go out on qualifying tyres.
Yeah, Super Sports, we saw it differently. They all did it at the front, all the main riders and runners. So let's see what Nakarin can make of this.
Nakarin just throws the bike into turn 2. That's such an aggressive rider.
Yeah, do you think with that extra adhesion from the rear that he's just having to push it harder into the turns?
Wouldn't be surprised, just to make it really just flip into the way that he wants it to. Into turn 5 now goes Nakarin.
Yeah.
Sector 1 is decent, but not gonna be enough if he wants front row.
Yeah, so here he goes. Should get, according to Dunlop, you should get 3 good laps out of this. He's probably banking on doing it in 2.
Yeah, sector 2 again, not the best from Nakarin, so it should still be a decent time, maybe a 206 as well. But Kazuma on normal tires has done 206.4, so we can expect potentially 205s from Kazuma and Yuki perhaps.
Yeah, it's so close between the fastest riders here yesterday. Kazma was quickest, 206.9, and then 6 was Nakarin, 7th was Andy Farid, 207.6. So it's really tight. And I tell you what, in this class, the championship's really tight. The racing's going to be really close this afternoon. Absolutely can't wait for this.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And Kazuma now, he's starting another lap. I think he was on normal compounds last we saw him.
Yeah. Nakarin comes up to complete his lap.
Oh, shit, at the top of Nakarin,
Yeah,
206.3.
Yeah, he was just doing his best times all the way through. He's jumped to provisional pole.
Can't tell if Hafiz is on qualifying tyres there. Hafiz now second run for him. Kazma still on soft rear tyres, so Kazma I think what Kazma is doing is put the softest compound so he can just improve the setup for when he slaps on the qualifying tyres.
Yeah, because you have to be able to run with that extra stickiness. Sho Nishimura, all eyes on the rear tyre.
Azan Shah qualifying rears for him.
Yeah, so those two, 2nd and 4th on combined qualifying yesterday. Both had their best, by far their best times in the 3rd session of the day. Kazma Daniel, who's led this session until a few moments ago when Nakarin snatched it back on qualifiers. We're barely halfway through this qualifying session, so plenty of twists to go.
Kazma now into turn 15. Looks like he's heading back into pit lane. I think it was just a last test just to see the conditions, and should be qualifiers out for Kazma in a bit. Nakarin on another improving lap. There should be another low 206 for Nakarin.
So Chiro we're looking at there, he's pushing, but hasn't improved on his times. It's the number 22 for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. In front of him is the A-Racer Speed Tech bike.
Kazma looks eager to get out.
Kazma hops off his bike, and following him in is none other than 125 GP legend Wee Chi Wee. There's a rider who knows a bit about corner speed.
Oh, Nakarin just come across 206.1. So that's a really good lap time from Nakarin, but I think today that's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, when Kazma comes out on qualifiers, let's see.
There's a medium still on Hafiz's rear tire. Probably just trying to find a bit more setup before they slap on the qualifying rears.
Yeah, intuitively it feels that when you go out, if you've got to run a qualifier, you do need a slightly different setup because of the extra grip. And if it were me, I would rather get that fast lap done and then get back to the race setup and settle down for the race in the afternoon.
Yeah, unless you're Yuki Kuni, when you know that you can do consistently fast laps regardless.
Yeah, that's it.
Shoni Shimura, Aslan Shah, these are two riders who are starting their flying laps on their qualifying rears.
Let's see, we got back there with Hafiz, currently sitting in P4. He jumped straight to the top very early with his first flying lap into the 206s.
Yeah, Hafiz was the first one in this session to hit the 206.
Yeah, Aslan on the move now. He was 26 seconds through the first sector. Is really pushing now. You can just see the bike bounce up when he released the brake. Yeah, and no doubt about what's on the rear of that bike.
This half is now going into turn 14. So they've got about 17.5 minutes left. Some heading out on the qualifying tires already. Just wonder how late Hafiz and Kaspar are going to leave this, and Yuki as well.
Aslan very quick through sector 1, decent sector 2. He's currently 7th, but on qualifying rear tyre. Comes Hafiz once again. Just look for 208.2.
Oh, Aslan in sector 3, not fast enough. That's not going to be a significant qualifying lap for Aslan. Running together with Shoni Shimura, this is one of the first times we've seen this, so the pair of them working together. Nakarin back in after his qualifying run on those rear tires.
On provisional pole, but I agree with you, Daniel, that probably Kazma on a qualifier. Perhaps Yuki Kuni is going to nudge him off that particular spot, but these two running really close together, the two BMWs.
It just almost looks like they're disturbing each other a little bit.
Yeah.
Selhan from Dunlop there. Just checking Zakwan's rear qualifier.
Soichiro Inamoto's R1 being pushed back alongside his teammate Kazma Daniel in the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia pit. Fizz doing another steady lap.
There's a happy face. That's the Cosmo we want to see.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's looking forward to getting out on the qualifier.
It's been a while since we've seen the cheerful Cosmo in that garage.
Yeah, now here you have the number 1 and number 2 in the standings. Andy Farid was the Honda that went through first there, number 23. He's got the number 55 on the JDT Ducati behind him. Those two turning now into the final turn 15. Oh, except Hafiz has decided to make a stop. So the next run, 14, just under 15 minutes remaining. Most likely going to be on qualifying tyres for the Malaysian former MotoGP rider Hafiz Sharin. Here's Yuki Kuni back in business. Looks like another decent lap coming from him.
Yuki, Sector 1 surprisingly wasn't that good for him, but Sector 3, Sector 2 and 3 are really good for Yuki, so they should be at least a low 206 for Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, and I think that was the second flying lap on qualifiers for Aslan. That was low 207.
So here comes Yuki now into turn 15, aggressive he goes in, sliding right to the turning point of turn 15. Yuki Kuni, this should be a good one. It's definitely at least a low 206, possibly a 205, 205.7 for Yuki.
205.7. We are into the 205s now. So once again, the bar has been raised. Here's the championship leader, Andy Farid-Izdihar, number 23. Had a bit of a quiet free practice day yesterday by his standards, now running on qualifiers. Sector times don't look like he's going to threaten at the top.
I was just about to say, Yuki in Sector 1, he was slow in the last lap. Now he's going faster Sector 1. This 205.7 will not be the fastest time of this qualifying session. And now comes Kasma Daniel on qualifying rears. Can Kasma break into the low 205s?
That's it, we're getting into the gladiatorial end of this qualifying session. 13 minutes remaining. Championship leader Andy Farid-Izdihar is about to complete another lap on qualifiers. Don't think he's quite good enough. He crosses line 206.532. Doesn't get him onto the front row.
Yeah, decent time from Andy, but again, it's not enough for him yet. Kasma comes out. We still have half his shot in to come out on qualifying tires, so this is not over yet. Yuki is another fastest sector from Yuki Kuni. A low 205 at least, it seems.
Yeah, there he goes. Oh, beautiful form he's on. Oh, Sector 3.
Yeah, it's decent, but not the fastest. Sector 1, Sector 2, he's strong in Sector 4 as well. He can really use that Honda horsepower down the back straight. This is going to be another good one from Yuki Kuni. Just in control of the bike as he goes into turn 15.
All eyes on the timing screen. He shattered the 205s last time around. This time he crosses the line. 205.3 for the Japanese rider.
Yeah, he's happy with that. Look at that from Yuki Kuni.
That's a nod. Yeah, he deserves a cup of tea. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
He is right now 0.849 faster than the next fastest Honda, bought by Nakarin. And it's not that Nakarin's lap time was a slow lap time, it's just that Yuki has absolutely blitzed this.
Yeah, and Kasma is on an outlap. And just noticed that Hafiz still in the pits with tyre warmers on the back, but he will be out before too long. Here comes Zakwan Zaidi.
I don't think Ibrahim has gone on qualifying rears either, so because he had that fall as well, so it didn't look that much like there was much damage, but you still have to look out for Ibrahim Nordin and the FGRT racing team.
Yeah, we're with Zakwan at the moment. He's on qualifiers. Currently in 8th for the best time of 207. So he's obviously going to be looking for more. It was a quiet day by his standards for the Malaysian, former champion ASB 1000.
Yeah, as of right now, front row is provisionally Yuki, Nakarin and Andi Farid. Kasma comes around now to begin his flying lap. Just under 10 minutes in the pits was Kasma. Now for the first flying lap on the qualifying compounds. He spent the entirety of the qualifying session on soft rears.
Yeah, just the look that he had in the pits said he just couldn't wait to get out on these qualifiers and see what he can do. Well, we've had a sensational time from Yuki Kuni. We're anticipating a sensational time from Kasma. Maybe not on this lap, because his Sector 1 wasn't his best.
Yeah, it's a decent Sector 1. He needs at least a 10th down in Sector 1 for it to be a little bit faster, but let's see. His strongest sectors usually are sector 2 and 3, where it's all turns around the Sepang International Circuit.
And here comes another rider who's going to shake things up. About to jump on his bike on qualifiers, Hafiz Sharin.
Oh, Kasma's down! Kasma's down at turn 7 and 8. Oh, that is absolute horror for Kasma. He just set the fastest sector 2 time. That was a really good lap coming in. But with 9 minutes left, it all depends on how much damage is on Kasma's bike. But that's a fast one.
There are 9 minutes remaining. Let's take another look at that.
Oh, he's just gone wide at turn 7 and went over that curb that comes up slightly. That is...
That just
that
broke
bike's...
the grip of the front. That bike isn't going to be back in shape for this. So Kasma Daniel, we really fancied him for a pole position, for a run at pole position. It's not going to happen. But coming out on track, beginning his out lap now, is Hafiz Sharin on the JDT Ducati. The marshals are getting Kasma on his way as quick as possible, but that bike took a hell of a tumble through the gravel there.
Doesn't look like there's too much damage on Kasma's bike. He might just try. He might just try. It looks like he could still try, but for now, the next one up we're looking out for is Hafiz Sharin. He's on qualifying race. Let's see Kasma's bike. It looks like his handles are okay, but yeah, he's shaking his head. I don't think he's going to be able to do this. That is so unfortunate for Kasma. Everything was going his way this weekend. And then in qualifying, on the qualifying rears, a mistake wide at turn 7.
Yeah, looking there at Nakarina Tirapuvapat provisionally starting from the middle of the front row. He's finished his time on qualifiers. Coming out there is Kosuke Sakamoto, the rider replacing Pasovit Tituararak on the Astemo S1 with Thai Honda. There is Hafiz. He's the remaining rider to watch out for now with that calamity for Kasma. Just consolidating his race setup, and once again letting the front come up and smashing it back down into the tarmac. Here comes Kasma.
I think he's asking to fix it quick. I think 7 minutes left. If it's just the lever guard, if it's just the handle slightly bent, they can get this out and he can do at least one flying lap.
So in he goes. Done yet as we look at Nakarin running mediums, which we can expect to see him on this afternoon. I'm guessing that's going to be the recommended recipe from Dunlop.
Oh, the throttle's quite damaged there. Hafiz Sharin's on his start for his lap. Sector 1 though, that's 3/10 slower than it needs to be for Hafiz right now.
Right, this is his first flying lap, just to remind everybody, on qualifiers. Provisional front row, Yuki Kuni, Akarina Tirapuvapat, and Andy Farid Izdihar.
So right now out on qualifiers, I think Kosuke as well. We haven't seen him on qualifying tyres. Ibrahim Nori did. Sho Nishimura went out on qualifiers with Aslan, I believe, or was he still on mediums? We'll have to have a look at that again. But 5.5 minutes left in qualifying. Can Hafiz Sharin pull something special? He's improving through sector 2. Sho Nishimura as well. He's going fast. So I think Sho's just gone on qualifying tyres.
Yeah, Nakarin putting in some solid laps. Let's just check this one out because this is him working on a race setup. That's a 207.3. So decent pace from the Thai Honda rider, and that was Zakwan going out. But in the foreground we got Soichiro Minamoto behind him, Hafiz.
And Ibrahim, he's trying to tail behind Hafiz, but he's made a mistake in sector 2 and sector 3 it seems. So for now, Hafiz Sharin for his first flying lap on the qualifying rear tires. This should be a lower 206 for Hafiz. So Chiro goes up into 5th. Hafiz goes up into 2nd. 205.811 for Hafiz Sharin. And he has one more flying lap in this. So Hafiz needs to get into the lower 205s to get provisional pole. But now Yuki Kuni holding on strong. Sho Nishimura goes up into 3rd. 206.092. Kazuma, looks like they're really trying to get him out. 4 minutes remaining. That's a lot of damage though.
Hopefully that throttle's moving okay, because it looks horrible.
Oh, Hafiz, that sector 1 is 2/10 faster this time round.
Yeah, so it's all coming down to the end, as we suspected it would when we saw him coming out late on those qualifying tyres. But at the top, Yuki Kuni has a half-second advantage. It's going to take some clawing back. But Hafiz and Sho Nishimura have bumped Nakarin and Andy Farid down onto the 2nd row. And Kazma also on the 2nd row.
Oh, Hafiz is fast through sector 1 and 2 now. This should be an improvement for Hafiz. At least a mid 205 coming for Hafiz Sharin now. Kazma, they're trying to get him out. He's just checking the rear brakes and it looks like still not ready to head out. If they don't get him out in the next 30 seconds, this qualifying is done for him.
The way he's walking back into the pits, I think, is just a wish too far. Sho Nishimura still pushing really hard.
He's on qualifying rear, so yeah, just now with Aslan, he was still in the medium rears. Here's Hafiz now, around turn 14 for his 2nd flying lap on qualifying rear compounds. Hafiz is fastest through sector 3. This could potentially take Hafiz to pole, but it's not going to be enough. He needs at least 2/10 in sector 4. Into 15 now goes Hafiz Sharin for JDT Racing Team.
He's got Soichiro Minamoto just ahead of him, but not in his way. Not quite enough to get a toe to the line, but here he comes across.
205.2 for Hafiz Sharin.
That was a sensational sector 4 for Hafiz Sharin. Where did he find that time? Whoa. So he started that lap with Yuki Kuni with a half-second advantage, and he's pipped him by 76 hundredths of a second.
What a lap from Hafiz Sharin. It really looked like that sector 2 let him down a little bit, but Hafiz clawing it back in sector 3 and 4. And what a lap from Hafiz Sharin. Yuki thought it was settled at 205.3, but Hafiz, 205.2 from him.
That last sector for Hafiz. Sensational.
There's no way, there's no time.
I think Kazma just wants to see if the bike's working, basically.
I think for practice starts as well.
Yeah.
They just want to do it right at the end of the session. What a shit. I just wonder what would the time have looked like for Kazma had he completed at least 1 lap on qualifying compounds.
Yeah, so close there between the first two, Hafiz, Yuki Kuni. And then there's a drop of almost 0.8 of a second to Sho Nishimura, who did brilliantly to get up onto the 3rd row. And there is undoubtedly a disappointed Kazma. He'll be in good shape for the race this afternoon, but that's disappointing qualifying. But now I think he just perhaps wants, as you said, Daniel, to have a practice start, and also just to make sure that, that bike is actually straight.
Sho Nishimura with
an
engine issue by the looks of it.
So he's parked there. Hopefully that's nothing too serious.
Yeah, you just see a little bit of blue smoke before that. There we go, yeah.
A lot of blue smoke. So that's really unfortunate for the Japanese BMW rider.
I do hope there's no oil around turn 8 there, because turn 8's a really fast exiting corner.
Let's see, but there's some work to be done between now and the 4 hours or so we've got until the start of race 1 for ASB 1000. Back with Nakarin there, he's been out there, he's done 11 laps, he's on his 12th lap. In comes Hafiz Sharin after that sensational late surge. Across the line there, we just saw Yu Zhou. He did a best time of 2:13. But at the top, we've got two 2:05s from Hafiz Sharin on the Ducati V4 Panigale and Yuki Kuni on the SDG Hawk Pro CBR 1000 RRR. Phenomenal work from them. We didn't quite see what Casper Daniel had in the locker. We suspect that he would have got into the 2:05s, but you have to stay on, and he didn't manage to do that. So the resurgent Casper starting from row 2 this afternoon. We'll have a look at those results in just a moment. Some big names further down the order that we'll come to when we confirm the results in just a moment. I was saying earlier, the good thing, well, there are many good things about being at Sepang, but one of them is that the commentary position has a fantastic view, and it's right next to Parc Fermé and the podium, so that makes that was going to reduce the step count for Daniel Bogas. And we're looking at blue skies with nice puffy little white clouds that we're hoping are going to, most of us are hoping anyway, are going to persist for this afternoon. But let's just confirm those qualifying results, because it was Fisherin Abdullah on the JD Racing Team Ducati Panigale V4R 2:05.224, a few hundredths of a second faster than Japan's Yuki Kuni on the SDG Half Pro Honda. He did the 2:05.3 dead. Sho Nishimura will complete the front row for TKKR BMW. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, he did top the session at one stage. He's going to start from 4th. 5th, his teammate Andy Farid is the Heart and championship leader. Casper Daniel, who had that unfortunate off while pushing on qualifying tyres, will start 6th. Soichiro Minamoto will start for row 3, together with Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. And Zakwan Zaidi, who was further down the order than we might have expected. Ibrahim Noureddin will start from 10th. He had a crash in that session, but came back with a 2:07.233, very decent time. Kosuke Sakamoto for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda, 11th. Osama Murray will start 12th, his best time 2:11.2. Chang Chi Ying on the project bike, the A-Racer Speed Tech Yamaha, will start 13th. Yu Zhou, best time for him 2:13.4, will start from 14th on the grid. And as we just look down at the bikes coming in, you can see big smiles on the faces of the JDT team. They had a very indifferent day yesterday, with Hafiz nowhere near the pace of the front runners, but today he's blown them, most of them away anyway. Yuki Kuni hanging in very close there. Another great performance from the Japanese rider. Let's have another look at that session to wrap it up. There is Zakwan Zaidi. He would finish up far further down the order than we might have expected on the 3rd row, but he put the work in. Didn't quite work out for him as he would have expected. But Casper Daniel was sensational right from the off in the session, right from the off until the off, and the off was on qualifying tyres later on. But he did look like the class act, a resurgent Casper Daniel, which is so good to see. Also resurging after a quiet day yesterday was this rider on the V4 Panigale, Hafiz Sharin. He left it late to go out on qualifying tyres. Nakarin Tirapuvapat put himself on provisional pole after his run mid-session on qualifying tyres. His best time was a very respectable, it looked very respectable at the time, 2:06.149. But Yuki Kuni again, after yesterday's form, when he was always at or near the front and always putting in metronomically consistent lap times, he did it again today in qualifying, and he put in a sensational 205.7, but he would improve on that. He was the first rider into the 205s. A nod there at the end of the session. He knew he had done everything he could when he banked that 205, and there was that very unfortunate fall for Kazma. It was a fast one. The bike wouldn't be in shape to allow him to come back out on qualifying tyres, so we didn't see the potential of Kazma to get onto the front row as we were anticipating. But Hafiz Sharin, the number 55, did what we didn't expect, and he came through to beat that sensational time of Yuki Kuni. He will start from pole position. Daniel is with him down in Parc Fermé.
Hafiz, first of all, a big congratulations on a fantastic pole position timing, 205.2. And yesterday it was a bit of a struggle for you. It wasn't the best of times compared to what we've seen today. But then today you've come in with an absolutely blistering qualifying lap. How was it out there?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you to the teams because they did a great job during day and also doing free practice 1 until FP3. So yeah, we're still working. Even we are not say we are very fast, but yeah, for few laps maybe we can fight with the other rider in qualifying. So now we show that we have a potential, and we're still looking the best to put all together for the race in the afternoon. Yesterday was not the best day for me because yeah, we are new here. Even I have a lot of experience, but the bike is completely different setup from the race round 1 until the now, because also the temperature is different, and we try to find the best way, and now we managed quite well. And I was surprised also in the first run. I did faster than yesterday, and then in the qualifying tire I did a great job. So we will see in the race weekend. Race in the afternoon. So I hope I can do my best, and for the home fans that come to support me, and I fight for the podium.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for the race later.
Thank you.
Good points being made there by Hafiz Sharin about the difference in setup that's required for qualifying tyres and race setup. So hedging his bets a little bit, mind games perhaps, who knows. That concludes qualifying for this morning. We will be back at 1 p.m. for race 1 this afternoon, when we will be joined as ever by the mighty maestro of the microphones. The great Des Corkill will be with us this afternoon from 1 o'clock. So do join us then. We're going to take a lunch break. We can't wait to get into this afternoon's race action. So we'll see you in about 40 minutes from now. This is round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, coming to you from Sepang International Circuit.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.